Wednesday.
Yeah, so if that's the case, why don't you just go to the coast?
Well, I mean, I might. I mean, I don't. Kind of waiting to see what the kids have. The kids might be going out of town. If they go out of town, there's a good chance I go out of town. They stay, I stay. But I'm kind of excited about the 100, 101, 101.
Yeah, I do like the heat. Oh, it's down to 101 now? So
Yeah.
the LSU line's gone up, the heat expectations gone down by a degree?
Just a little bit. But I was asking Dunaway earlier, I was like, you sure as hell don't play golf in 100 degrees? And he's like, oh, yeah.
Oh, he loves it. But I like his, what is this supposed to be, Thursday, Friday?
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Thursday, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be the first one to do this. I like to take a picture on your car. It has the degree. I'll take a picture like 102, and I'll put it on my Twitter or Facebook going like, oh, my God, guys, it's happening. Like, that's what I'm going to do. Do not steal my idea. That's what I'm doing.
It was 101 in mine when I got out of church yesterday.
I don't believe unless there's a picture.
101. I didn't take it because it changes real quickly. All right, final thing today. Bander is a promotional group that represents 54 of the major college athletic departments. They have a suit against EA Sports that we're told will not impact the college football game coming back out in the summer of 2024. But they're basically saying, as they represent these schools and student athletes, that EA Sports is not offering enough money. Over the weekend, EA Sports says the reports of them offering each student athlete $500 if they bought into the game, if they signed in, $500 in a free game if you gave up your image and likeness. They say it's not true, that they have yet to offer a dollar figure to any student athlete. No student athlete contracts right now.
Yeah, I don't let them shake me down if I'm EA.
You stick to it.
Yeah, I'll have an Alabama, an Auburn roster, a Tennessee roster, and
because if you play a dynasty, and I do this with Madden, after those players graduate 3-4 years, the stars really 2 or 3 years. And the EA Sports back in the day never had the real players anyway. You had to go to some third party to illegally download those. I was playing with imaginary players. Now, it was a guy that looked like, Shoelace.
Yeah.
Same size, same number and everything, but it wasn't Shoelace. And they lost that lawsuit with the EA basketball game, and that's why they stopped making the football game. But in this way, I mean, if you just make the guy look totally different and use a different number and just go with a random, the schools have already signed in on it.
Look, take advantage of your NIL, but if you're some kid that's not getting NIL money, $500 and to be immortalized on a game, enjoy it.
Should they offer different amounts of money for different players?
I mean,
Caleb Williams, should he get more money than the third-string quarterback at USC?
That makes sense. But again, if I'm Caleb Williams, I'm making so much already. Now, we grew up on the game. A lot of these kids didn't because it went away.
Yeah.
But, it's one of those that, whether myself or my kid or my cousin was in this, it would just be extremely cool.
But it's all about the uniforms to me.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
The stadiums, I don't. The players are insignificant.
Yeah, but to have come August, if you have the game and you have this year's rosters, I mean,
or
that's
a
pretty fun
Legends
right
roster.
Yeah, or a Legends roster. That's always good too. We could finally find out which Alabama national championship team could beat the other one. Long debated in my house.
Or just have Legends teams as far as the program.
Yeah. I just, but you'd have to go pay the Legends then. Let's just get the game back. EA Sports says they'll move forward. We'll see what happens with this, but I didn't think anything would happen with the Bohannon lawsuit back in the day, and it has brought on NIL all these years later. All right, my fault on the Brock Heward. We got our wires crossed on that one. That one's on me. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. And we look forward to Brown returning tomorrow. Until then, we'll see you.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live now on a Tuesday after the end of the 2022-2023 college sports calendar, and LSU is national champions. Brown is back.
Hey.
We will break down his highlights of his vacation coming up a little bit later on in the opening segment, maybe throughout the next couple of shows. LT's here, the whole crew behind us here. Tyler and Rockstar on the front part of the back room, on the camera there. Coffee in the background there if you want a cup this morning. You can order right there at nextround.store. Get that great Next Round coffee. Back row, no cameras yet. That is Forrester and Lunsford back there. Forrester, are we okay before we get going? Okay, I can't do 4 hours if I think you're mad at me. You are.
You've done it before.
You're the only one I think that I've totally not pissed off in my entire broadcasting career.
What?
Are we good?
Oh, well, that's definitely not true. And yeah, we're fine.
Okay, we're good. Okay, I can't do 4 hours.
A
Taylor,
lot of conviction there for
yeah.
we're fine.
Okay, so truthfully, before we move on, did I piss you off ever when you were at 3340 and I was working at CBS 42 and/or NBC 13?
Nothing comes to mind.
Okay, good. It will not be a future backroom podcast. Where, by the way, Brown,
Jimmy's sensitive, by the way. You already got on me about.
Wow.
I mean, is it breaking
Some things
news?
never change when I'm gone.
I mean, is there any? I've never not admitted I'm the most sensitive person up here, and that includes Taylor and Kelsey.
Right? Yes.
Right.
But he
By
mentioned
far.
something about today's show, and I was like, good. And he's like, that's a direct shot at me because I did it differently last week with Brown out.
Well, everybody does it different, Jim.
I was like, hey, our guest today, Clay Travis and Buster Olney, just two. And he goes, good. I prefer two guests. I don't like when we have a lot of guests. I prefer two guests. And I said, well, that's a direct shot at me. While Brown was gone, I had 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, and 3.
Yeah.
No, but I understood that because
But the passiveness was only two guests today when he was telling you, only two.
We're one man down. One man down.
Only two.
No, I get that.
No direction.
One man down. I was trying to add another voice to the conversation.
No, I get that, but all I am saying is when the three of us are here, 2 or less is better for
Yeah,
us.
That's not the way I took it.
Right.
It's not the way you said it to start with. I agree. 2 fewer guests. We're all here.
Yeah.
But when Brown is not here, I just wanted to make sure I had someone to talk to in case your computer went south.
Yeah, or your tomato sandwich went sour.
Yeah. See that chat, Brown?
I did,
No.
yes.
We have a new computer for LT. Where'd it go? I thought.
Well, it's over there. He said he didn't know how to use it.
Well, I'm not going to walk straight into a show. It's the first time I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nobody gave him the crash course.
Yeah. By the way, Double Down Media, the next round. LT wants one, he gets one like that.
Oh,
wants one, he gets one like that. How long did we wait on chairs back in the day?
Oh, okay. I thought this was going to be something you didn't
Yeah.
get.
No.
Oh, chairs back
I
in the
agree. I thought he was going to.
No.
How long did we work there?
Right. We never got them.
Yes. Yeah, that's how long we waited on new chairs. You mean a chair that had an armrest on it?
Yeah. One that didn't
I
gradually
think
sink.
it's pretty simple. I mean, if I have a computer that doesn't work, I need one.
Well,
right?
you're right.
Yeah.
It should be
That's
that
right.
simple. You're
Yeah.
right. It is in our world.
If you have a chair that continually goes down like this during the show.
I remember that. Rockstar, do you remember that? Like,
I do.
one
and
of us-
somebody, rats must have nibbled the armrest because every day it just got worse and worse.
We would trade the chair around. The bad chair would get traded around. And somebody inevitably would get it every morning. And you'd just be talking and go,
You know,
just having to reach back up
we
like-
had an incredible view, but remember how hot it would get in there?
I do, yes.
And
Yeah.
you remember they had to cancel Matt and Scott one night because of the heat.
Send them home. Just send
I
them
mean,
home.
I've never even heard that. It wasn't like the AC's out. It's like the sun is too bright for you guys to do a
AC's
show.
working, just too hot in the studio.
Yeah.
Cancel the show.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
send them home.
Yeah. We did ours, though. We did ours, though. All right, here we go. LSU's national champions again. We'll break this down a couple of different ways, but as Goose says in the chat room over there, as I said, 24 runs on Sunday doesn't mean anything if you can't win Game 3.
That is true.
And we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but hats off to the way Jay Johnson and LSU managed that 24-run defeat, because at some point he said, we ain't coming back. So we're not going to use one arm that has a chance. No offense to the kids who are about to pitch here in the final 5 innings of this blowout, but we're not going to use one arm. And we're going to take some of the guys out. We're going to rest them. We're going to flush this. And we're already thinking, even though with 5 innings to go Sunday, we're already thinking about Game 3 on Monday night. And they flushed it, and they started flushing it during the game. And he had a choice to make last night, and we debated it, Paul Skeens or not. And they started with not Paul Skeens, and he never made it into the game.
Well, they started with Hurd, and boy, it looked dicey early on. When Florida gets a 2-spot in the bottom of the first, I was like, oh, here we go. This thing could just blow wide open. And then LSU comes back, and that top half of the second, it, to me, felt like the game was over at 6-2.
Yeah, I agree completely. They were shell-shocked. Florida was shell-shocked and was already digging through their bullpen in the second inning. And it was... You could just tell, you could read faces.
Yeah.
LSU was an exceptionally confident team, and Florida was shell-shocked.
I'll tell you, this is probably, since I was a kid, this is probably the most fun I've had watching baseball over the last 2 or 3 weeks, college baseball. But these last 2 games have been awful.
Yeah, terrible series.
And it is sad because the World Series as a whole had been so good.
Now, let me ask you this, because I was in a really rough travel day on Sunday, so I saw none of the Florida game. LSU game 2.
This is coming back?
It's coming back home, yeah.
Because when you say rough travel day, that also includes you going out too, right?
That's true, yes.
Okay.
So
you missed nothing in game 2.
Yes.
Yeah. Or as we call it now, just traveling in America.
Yes, commercial flying right now is a crapshoot. Bobby, one of our faithful listeners, was on Twitter yesterday talking about how I hate the unwritten rules of baseball. Apparently, Florida was still stealing bases up big in that game. He was suggesting this was, the baseball gods paying them back, or LSU got pissed or whatever.
LSU did it last night. I mean, they were up 10-2.
Yeah.
And they were stealing bases.
Well, I mean, in those elimination situations, 162 games is one thing. In an elimination situation, I don't know if there is too many runs. You don't know what's going to happen. But
I mean, when they scored 24, 2 days ago, and then LSU goes for 18, anything can happen. You can have a 10-run inning.
That's right. Yeah. So I don't know. I wasn't watching the game, so I don't know what the tenor of the situation was, but he was suggesting, maybe LSU got a little pissed. Now, Scott clapped back and said, that was just dudes being dudes, man. LSU's just a good team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but they did on Sunday. They still had their studs in there swinging those sticks against the little freshman that they were rolling out, or the senior who just is lucky to have a uniform. When they were rolling them out of the bullpen throwing, they still had their studs ripping them over the fence and hitting them in the gaps. But there was, I think if I'm correct on Sunday, there was a guy standing on third one time when it was like 22-2 or 22-3, and the ball got by the catcher, and he stayed at third. He didn't go home.
Yeah.
So it's not like –
they were just scoring all they could score.
That's effort, man. That's 90 feet.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I've always said is more embarrassing than you scoring another run.
Yeah,
it's 22-3 or 22-4, whatever it was.
Yeah, the 23 or 22, that's not a difference to me.
Yeah, ball gets past the catcher, and you stand at third base. That's you showing me up at this point.
Look, I was excited because I wanted LSU to win the game, and I gave out LSU on Lance's lock, but I wanted a good game. I wanted to see Skeens come in late, shut this thing down, a 1 or 2 run game.
So you went with the favorite. You played.
I played LSU.
Yeah. See, I can never really figure out because you oftentimes are a contrarian on your picks, and you were talking yesterday because I knew we had a stake and I lost one. I've got Florida. He had LSU, so he wins a stake, cuts it down to 8 now. But I was like, this line's 140, and then went to 150. And I'm like, is LT telling me he's going to bet Florida or bet LSU? So you ended up betting LSU.
I did, yeah. So, and again, but I wanted a better game than this. I mean, in the fourth inning, bottom of the fourth, or going into the top of the fifth, when it was 10-2, is when I put it on a different TV and finished up Black Mirror, the new season.
That's right. You moved it off.
I really did.
Yeah, it's going to be a side piece.
By the way, you two would absolutely hate the show Black Mirror.
I think I probably would, yeah.
It went from disturbing to more disturbing this season.
And for you to say that, for you to say that, that's frightening. And the 3 I saw were fairly disturbing.
Oh, I had to watch something after finishing last night
You had
to
to watch
actually.
something happy? You had
Well,
to
I
flush
watched.
it?
This is so bad. I watched the rest of the documentary on the Boston Marathon bombings, but that was better than Black Mirror.
Oh, really? Yeah. So a terrorist setting off bombs that killed just innocent people out to watch a marathon was more uplifting.
Well, I
than,
mean, it was factual stuff. I mean, the Black Mirror stuff. The last episode, Demon 79. Whew.
God, to make
an episode called Demon 79 turned out to be a little disturbing.
78 was not nearly
As
as bad.
Lunsford caught up real quick.
Are you caught up, Lunsford, on Black
I've
Mirror?
watched every one except one for the new season.
So
Which
Demon
one?
79 is going to get you.
I've seen Demon 79. It is I've seen Maisie Day, I've seen Beyond the Sea, I've seen Demon 79, I've seen Jonah's Awful, so whatever the other one is.
Did you find
the
Demon
second
79 as disturbing as Lance?
It is not the most disturbing one, but it's
Oh,
not
wow.
even really a technology episode. It's more just a horror episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, when Lance is like, it's a little dark for me.
Ugh.
I can't even imagine how bad it is.
Well, I mean, it's the end of times. I mean, is that bad?
Like like I don't even want it to. I don't even want it to be on my queue now. If it's that bad, if
I
LT
mean,
thince it's bad, I don't even want it in my queue.
To go a
I don't
long
even
way
want
back-
an accident. I don't even want that.
Well, I just got to ask
I don't want
Lunsford,
the trailer to start. You know how it shows you the trailer. No.
Lunsford, what was the most disturbing? Beyond the Sea?
Of this season, yeah, probably.
I mean, it's one of those things where you do feel like you need a shower afterwards.
I mean, he
but
warned
it's
us.
so good.
If you go back in the history of the show, Lance warned us for a good year, do not watch Dear Zachary. I'm just telling you, do not watch. And he said it so much that it made me want to watch it.
And everybody watched
And
it.
everybody watched it. Everybody was like, you were right, Lance. I
Not
wish
me.
I'd never
Not
watched
me.
that.
Never watched
You
it.
never watched Dear Zachary?
No, I don't want that in my head.
Yeah, you don't need that in your
Yeah,
head.
don't do
I'll
it.
tell you though, but if you like sci-fi and you like, a little on the dark side, I mean, Black Mirror is an incredible show.
I try to be a little Peter Panish here on the show. There's some things I don't want in my head.
Yeah.
And,
Dear Zachary is one of them.
So
I can't-
Emily in Paris better than Black Mirror for you.
for me, because you know why?
Why?
It keeps me happy.
Okay.
It keeps me happy.
Yeah,
and
there's 28 episodes of Black Mirror. I think maybe 4 in positively,
yeah,
and the rest are all depressing as hell.
The ones that AIDS test.
I've seen 3.
Wow.
I've seen 3. And are you counting the pig one as a positive ending or not
No,
a positive ending?
Not a positive
Okay.
ending. See, that's more
Especially for the
disturbing.
pig.
But like that's more disturbing than killing people to some. I mean,
Oh, that was
'cause that's a disturbing thing to see.
that was
Oh,
a horrible thing.
but if you had to do what Prime Minister did, or you had to put a hammer to somebody's head, I mean,
I'd probably put a hammer to somebody's head.
Wow.
Jeez.
Okay, so LSU wins the national championship, and Emily's in Paris.
That's passive Lunsford back there.
Yeah, we will get to the reaction to LSU's title right after LT tells us about the home of the Diablo sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is Odie's Tavern. And coming up tomorrow night, we will have Odie's Team Trivia. We did a corporate trivia after Odie's Team Trivia last week. By the way, we do those here and there around Birmingham. But Odie's Tavern, just a great place to go enjoy lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis has been doing it for 30-plus years. The Diablo sandwich, as Dunaway mentioned, great burgers, sandwiches, delicious award-winning wings. It's a Birmingham institution. Get in and see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, new hats are in the store, by the way, nextround.store. LT's got one on.
I like that
this-
one a lot.
This is one right here.
It's a
that
good-looking
came in.
hat.
We've got the black and the red trucker hat back with the white facing now. A new look there. A couple of different patches and logos for you there if you want to go check those out, nextround.store.
I'm going to snag one of those for the show tonight.
LT's got the baby blue on with the alternate logo, but also LT's got the patriotic 4th of July weekend
Well, we're
coming
week
up.
out. Week out.
Week
I
out.
went red, white, and blue today for you.
That's a good-looking T-shirt. I got that one at home somewhere. I need to pull it out. There are a few times a year you want to wear that one. And don't forget Roback, our official golf gear sponsor, and hoodies. This may be the first day in about, there we go. I knew up here we've gone about 80 days in a row now. Somebody's got somebody Roback on. It is Forrester off camera right now. Got a cool Roback hat on. Roback.com, Roback.com. Use the promo code TNR20 to jump in there and enjoy 20% off your next purchase at Roback.com. Roback.com. Great hoodies and golf gear and a lot more, even for the ladies. there. So LSU's your national champions. Let's hear from Dylan Cruz, the big stud who will be a top 5 pick in the Major League Baseball draft coming up. It's a crowning moment for a program that's used to winning national championships in this sport.
We got punched in the mouth yesterday, but that's the beauty of baseball. You get to wake up in the morning and do it all over again. So as soon as the game was over, everybody already forgot about it. And, we woke up today and you could just see on everybody's faces they were ready to go. And there was nobody in the country, in the world that was going to beat us today.
Yeah, and they went out there and won that championship. It's their 7th baseball national championship. They've only lost once in the national championship game, and that was to Florida in 2017. So 7-1. In our next segment, we're going to tackle a question that Brown brings to the table. As you see LSU celebrating there, is the SEC as a conference? And I want to give you guys about 8 minutes to think about this. Is the SEC as a conference more dominant in baseball or in college football? Baseball or college football? And that'll be our topic in segment number 2 coming up. But congratulations to all the LSU folks. And Brownie helped me here. That's 4 in a row, both in football but in baseball. And in football, it was LSU in 19, Bama in 20, Georgia in Georgia. So 3 different teams. Mm-hmm. And in baseball, it was who?
Vandy in 19.
Vandy in 19.
And then don't forget, obviously, the 2020 did not happen.
Okay.
You did not have baseball in 2020. And then you went Ole Miss, Mississippi State,
Mississippi
LSU.
State, Ole Miss in that order.
Mississippi State, Ole Miss, LSU. Yes,
and LSU.
Yeah.
So four different.
4 and 4 championships, not 4 years, obviously.
And Florida won it in 17.
Yep.
Separated
Oregon State in between.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's even a different program winning one.
Yeah, that's 5 different programs that have won the last 6.
Yeah, 5 of the last 6 national championships. Yeah. So just throw that out there for you, and that'll be our discussion coming up. But one other thing that goes on while we're in Omaha, and I don't know when it started. Forrest, you follow this stuff too, Lunsford. When did Rocco's Pizza start this Jell-O shot thing back in the day? Does anybody know when they started it? Anyway, it's great marketing.
Yeah, I saw somewhere last week. I think it's been within the last decade.
Okay, within the last decade. But Rocco's Pizza in Omaha, they make Jell-O shots, $5 a shot of Jell-O shots. And LSU set the new record this year by a lot. It was Ole Miss at 18,777 last year.
If ever there were a fan base that I was going to make the favorite in this game, it would be LSU's fan base.
So not only are they national champions, they're Jell-O shot champions. Show me the tote board again this year. 64,808 Jell-O shots for LSU fans there. Helped out some by the guy who owns Raising Cane's. He bought 6,000, I think it was, at one time. But they're $5 a shot. You do the math on that. Just the LSU fans alone, that is $324,040 of just Jell-O shots this week.
Well, and think about those Jell-O shots. Probably, I'm guessing, cost about a quarter to make.
Yeah,
now, they do have a charity aspect to this, right?
I think they do.
They don't pocket all this cash.
Yeah, Chris over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive says $2 a shot goes to food banks.
Okay,
Yes.
well, that's a significant amount of money they just gave to food banks.
That's it. Yeah, because $324,000 just for the LSU shots.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Stanford and Virginia, those
barely participated.
weak-ass academic schools,
Yes.
not taking the Jell-O shot thing serious, comes in and holds us down. But that's almost $500,000 in Jell-O
Well,
shots.
Rod did the math. One of our audience members on Twitter said it is $458,405 total.
Yes.
Almost, as he says, almost $500,000 just to Jell-O shots. And see, that's the thing now. They donate $2 to food banks, which is great. That is fantastic on their part. But you all know how business works. How much more do they make in their bar just because people come in to do those Jell-O
A
shots?
ton.
Because people are, hey, Jell-O shot, tequila shot, Jell-O shot, vodka shot.
So order me 3 pizzas if you don't mind.
Yeah,
while I'm over there.
and everybody's drinking beer.
Oh, I'm pounding it, yeah.
Last 2 weeks, probably standing room only in that place.
There's no doubt. I mean, that Rocco's, they make their year in that 2 weeks, I guarantee you.
I wonder if you take this week off.
I would.
I would give my staff the week off.
We are
4th
closed.
of July.
We are closed the week after the World Series, and we're back. We're back on July 5th.
Yeah, I go back to, we referenced it not long ago, the show we did at the Rusty Nail the day after Alabama lost to Ohio State in the college football semifinals. And Rusty Nail, who was planning on having a celebration the next day, was closed the next day.
Yeah.
That's the way I would be for a next week if I was Rocco's.
Yeah.
I would have a sad dude in there mopping the whole time.
Yeah, with a sad trombone in the background. The Jello Shot Challenge started in 2019 at Rocco, says NH3425. You know, that's one of my favorite things about our show is that I feel like we have however many people are in the chat room every day at any given time. They're like researchers for the show.
Right.
You know, there was a point in my head I thought, you know, at some point we'd have such a big show that we'd have someone who would just come up with topics, research, and stats for us and just feed them to us. And then I realized that why do we need that? We have the greatest audience in the world. They come up with topics and feed us stats all the time. Chris says a lot of beer and pizza flowing through Rocco's as well. It's been packed the last 12 days. Absolutely great. A great time in Omaha. If you've never been to the World Series.
I decided last night that
here we
it's
go.
one of the things I'm going to do.
So next year we're going to Bama, Wisconsin, so we can all see Camp Randall, right? We're doing our
okay,
show
yep.
from Bama, Wisconsin. One year we'll just do our show, whether Alabama, Auburn, SEC, whatever. We'll just do it from Omaha, right?
I mean, at some point, and this could be a poll question. I mean, I try to do it even when we're in radio. I tried, and I think we all have, to sort of just say we're an SEC show. We're not just an Alabama and
Well,
Auburn
we
show
are.
anymore.
We are.
And we're based here, and
Yeah.
you know we have Alabama and Auburn ties. But I always consider us sort of an SEC show. So you know, as long as there's an SEC team somewhere, not Missouri,
Yeah.
but anybody but Missouri
Right.
somewhere, I say we can go to that event and represent the conference.
Well, I would say moving forward, I mean, and look, I know we're going to get into this in the next segment, but 3 of the 8 teams at least are going to be SEC every year.
You'd have to think, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm down to go next year.
I'm down to go next year. All we need is someone to plug in the wires.
Brown?
Well, I mean, I'm fine with it. I just wonder. I don't know where we do our show from. But
Rocco's?
I bet you Rocco's is probably like, yeah, we're not going to sacrifice the space these boys need from Birmingham. Yeah, but I don't know.
All right, so there you go. That's the World Series last night. Congratulations to LSU. And by the way, I'll let you guys check this out if you want to. All our great researchers, over 100 comments in the first segment alone over there. Check it out for me. I had this stat ready to go in case Florida won last night. But I think I read somewhere going in that Florida would have been the first team ever to win the college football, men's basketball, and college baseball national championship.
The only one I could think of would be USC. Have they won basketball?
No.
Okay, because they won a ton of both baseball and football.
Yeah. Ohio State would be
Ohio State's where you always start, but I don't even know that they've won baseball.
Yeah, did they win basketball?
Ooh, I think UCLA has.
You think UCLA has won?
I thought they've won a baseball.
But they've never won a football, have they?
1969, right?
Yeah, I think they
I
have.
think they claim a football championship.
You may be
Football gets interesting because of what people claim. More on that in the next segment, by the way.
But 69, you would need AP UPI. And again, I'm leaving it open that Jim may have read this, and it may have been since 2000.
Yeah,
I know
UCLA won 2013.
Baseball?
Yep.
Yeah, but what about football?
I am looking at their football. They claimed the 1954, Jim. If you'll give me 1 second, I'll tell you which one.
Is that AP or UPI?
Well, they were 9-0. They were number 1 in the coaches, number 2 in the AP. So
number 1 in the coaches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
UCLA
has done it.
I mean, of all the teams, UCLA is not the one I would have guessed.
Yeah. I guess it could have been the first SEC team to win them all.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would believe that.
Yeah. So UCLA beat out Mississippi State in the Men's World Series in 2013. Seth, man, you guys were so close before you finally won one. Florida's already won all 3. When did you win baseball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right, 2017.
Yeah. Where did you see this stat, Jim?
Maybe you said it 6 years ago and it just came back to
maybe
you.
This stat could not have been any more wrong.
That's why I throw this stuff out there.
I did see Chris over the Vulcan Tire and Automobile chat room. Did you see that? He said that he took his son and his friend every game in Omaha this year.
Oh, every game.
Really?
But good for him, man.
Yeah. It's a nice vacation.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
2 games a day. It's never more than 2 a day. But that's a good trip.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
That's a good trip.
It's a lot of baseball.
All right, so there you go. That's the days in Omaha wraps up. Safe travels to everybody back. When we come back, the question Brown brings to the table is very simple. Is the SEC more dominant at college baseball or college football? And by the way, trending in a good direction in basketball if they could ever just win the tournament. but really good in basketball. But it's a football-baseball league right now. Where is the SEC more dominant? We'll get into that. Our friends at Way to Wellness want to help you get into a better place with your meals, your health, and all that. That's what you do with Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team. I'll be swinging by there a little bit later on today to pick up some of the great protein bars that are part of my specially designed diet, food plan, whatever you want to call it, that helps you be a little healthier. It helps jumpstart my weight loss in 2023, but also helps with my blood pressure and cholesterol numbers. That's the reason why I went to Way to Wellness first, was to help with some blood pressure numbers and cholesterol numbers that were skyrocketing as I got a little older. You can learn more about what Way to Wellness can do for you by going to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. There's no contract. There's no sign-up fee, and the first consultation is free. So I'll say it again, no out-of-pocket money to find out the story here. No contract, no sign-up fee, and the first consultation is free. So you can go talk to Leslie without any out-of-pocket money. It's all right there, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention The Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
We're at the old 60 and 20 mark, 60 days until week 0 of college football, 20 days until SEC Media Days. A big change coming, according to the Athletics' Nicole Auerbach, who has learned, and she's just tweeting this out, that there is a change coming in the NLI, not the NIL, but the NLI. That's the National Letter of Intent Program. That's the thing you see the kids sign at signing days or big scholarship functions on campus, the little piece of paper that they're signing. that they fax and/or now in modern day terms email to their schools, the national letter of intent. Under the new rules, the NLI penalty will no longer apply if the NLI signee requests a release because of a head coaching change. So that means if I sign with State U and then the coach leaves after I sign, I am now free to leave and go to another school and not have to sit out a year.
I think that's fair.
I've always thought that's the way it should be. Now, it sucks when, it sucks when you're a smaller program and a coach leaves for a bigger job. But when a coach stinks and you fire the coach and there's a change, you've made that mistake of hiring the wrong coach. You can't really blame the kids that are there that you screwed up and hired the wrong coach. And now it's really bad. I'm going to try to think of a good example. Here's a good example. It's like a Utah. Utah, Urban Meyer leaves Utah to take the Florida job. Yeah, Utah they're a Power 5 school now.
But they were not at the time.
They were not. Cincinnati's a better example. Cincinnati, they had a long, they had a good run there of coaches cashing in on bigger jobs. Sucks for them, right? I've played my tail off. We've been successful. It's so successful. My coach gets better jobs.
They're now Power 5.
Yeah,
Butch, I know it's kind of hard. But Butch Jones left there. Brian Kelly left there. Luke Fickell left there. Tuberville's the one guy that failed in that time.
Trent Dilfer, even though he says he'll never take another job on Rick and Bubba. We played it yesterday.
Yeah, you can say that, and I'm sure Coach Dilfer intends on that being the case right now.
Yeah, but my point being that if he leaves, he signs a great recruiting class at UAB. He leaves and takes another job someday. Those kids now are not bound to that NLI they sound. More importantly, though, this one is more important than that one. That one's the right thing to do. This one is interesting. If you've signed with a school, you can leave after you spend one semester on campus. Now,
so one semester. So I sign with
NLI penalty won't apply if athlete leaves after one academic semester quarter. So for all the early enrollees who come in January now, they can go through a spring football, not like where they are,
and punch out
and not have to sit out a year.
There's going to be complaints about this. Obviously, I cannot stomach the complaints from coaches because coaches are notorious for punching out as soon as they get the next best offer.
Yeah, but how is this?
But they're going to complain about this and talk about how there's a lack of commitment now from today's youth and stuff like that.
But this counts as your one transfer, I would assume, though, right?
The transfer penalties still apply.
Yeah. So you had this basically anyway now, right? So this is just basically catching up. The penalty was the loss of one season of competition in all sports and a required 1 year in residence at the next NLI institution, unless you get a full release granted from that school. It's interesting. Just more freedom of movement in a time when people
they're moving.
They're taking advantage of that freedom
at an atom-like space. All right, before Brown's question is answered, LT's going to tell us about Hemp Hill. They provide us the lock every day and also a lot of great service.
Yeah, hey, look, the temperatures continue to rise. I think we're going to hit 100 for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 100 plus. Make sure that everything is running right. Right now, they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
It's also a Bud Light poll question right now. You can go vote on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. Brownie, set up your question again and start the discussion.
So where has the SEC been more dominant? If you say the SEC is most dominant, would you say college baseball or college football? It has been kind of split in the chat room, and we've got the poll question out there.
I've got numbers
for you.
Can I give my gut reaction? My gut reaction is baseball.
Okay. My gut reaction is football, but it is beyond. This is like one of the closest debates out there.
I think your default answer is football when it involves the SEC. Here are your numbers. Overall, now you got to remember as I do this, football used to have multiple national champions. Baseball, I don't think ever has, right? The College World Series has been an institution for quite a while.
In my lifetime, there's always been a College World Series.
So football has had multiple national champions at times. I tried to dig through in doing my preparation for this, like Alabama. I think they claim 18. Ole Miss claims 1 that I think most people give legitimacy. So I tried to do it that way, but it does get a little confusing. Overall, in the SEC, you've had 35 claimed national football champions that seem legitimate by 7 teams. In baseball overall, there have been 15 national championships by 7 teams. So I do find it interesting that 7, and I did not count, by the way, like, there was one new SEC program. I think Missouri, they won something once, and I didn't count that one because they weren't an SEC team. This is only as you were an SEC team. So 7 teams, 15 national champions in baseball, 7 and 35 in football. I did find it interesting that 7 have won in both sports. I found that interesting.
But see, I look at it a little differently. I look at it where you are now, like over the last 15, 20 years, that kind of sample size.
Okay, and I've got that for you in a second.
Yeah, again, I went back and I looked at that too because you remember the Pac-8, the Pac-12. I mean, they were dominant in baseball back in the day.
Yeah, but the sport has changed.
It has.
It was more regional back then. Well, I guess the SEC is regional, but the West Coast was dominant back then.
So if you just go from 2000 on, I use that as a good starting point. Just
for the rest of our show history, 2000 will be a great point.
Yeah, it feels like
modern
a good
day
starting
history.
Point. Yeah,
yes.
you could start anywhere you want. Like in football, you could start at 98 because that started the BCS. I mean, that's a good starting point. But let's start with 2000. That's a good window of data.
And by the way, I'm always going to like how Alabama looks when you start in 2000.
It's true.
Yeah.
In football, you've had 15 national championships by 5 teams. In baseball, you've had 10 national championships by 6 teams.
And see, you keep when you and I know you know this, and everybody watching, but just to make a point here, I think the key to this discussion is always not the number of national championships, but the second number you give in
the
each
number
one
of
these,
teams,
the number of different teams, that are winning these national championships.
Yeah, which is how you make it a conference dominance argument. For instance, like you mentioned the Pac-8. I mean, USC won the vast majority of those. And by the way, LSU's won the vast majority of the baseball championships. But you've also had 5 other teams win them. Alabama's won the vast majority of the football championships since 2000. But you've had 4 other teams win a national championship.
Yeah, but you look at just 13 of the last 17 football champions have been SEC. 4 consecutive and 3 different ones when you're looking at LSU, Alabama, and Georgia. And 9 of the last 14 baseball have been SEC. So actually the football numbers are better.
I think the football numbers do edge out baseball. It feels like just because of the run the SEC's on right now, but the football's on the same run.
And just side note, basketball, last 15 years, how many SEC champions?
Last 15?
Yeah.
Does that get us to Florida or does it not get us to Florida?
It does not.
Okay.
You've had Kentucky.
That's it.
You've had Kentucky.
It's 1 in 15.
Yeah.
1 in 15.
It feels like.
What about Final Fours? You didn't do that one?
I didn't do
Auburn's
that one.
been, South Carolina's been. I don't know who else.
And Auburn has been to a College World Series. If you want to try to start talking about appearances, Alabama has not in that 2000 window. They have before, obviously. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, Auburn, South Carolina. I mean, it's. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I mean, Missouri obviously has not been. Alabama hasn't been.
What was LSU's last Final Four? It was John Brady. It was since 2000.
But I think it was like
Stromile Swift.
It was,
right?
it was when Florida won the national championship. Yeah. They were in the same Final Four.
Yeah, it's just I mean, it's interesting that it has spread out that much. That's why you can make a conference. This is not a team dominance.
That's right.
Even though LSU has won more in baseball and Alabama has won more in football, you've had other teams contribute. And it's not just one team carrying the weight for an entire conference. 6 teams in baseball, 5 in football since 2000 have won a national championship.
That's why I think USC joining the Big Ten is going to be so important down the road for that conference. It gives them another legitimate power in basically all sports, the 3 major men's sports, to sort of try to spread the wealth, take a little heat off of Ohio State.
I've actually maintained in the SEC version of that, Dunaway, that baseball is where it's going to get the most. The baseball is the better. I don't know how to word this, but you're adding Oklahoma and Texas. I think made your baseball better than any other sport. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean,
it improved. Let me say it improved baseball more than any sport. It improved baseball more than it improved
I think
football.
it improved everything.
Yeah,
It did, but I think baseball is the most.
I mean, men's sports. Yeah, I mean,
Men's sports.
The softball, you're bringing in, you're bringing in the goats.
Well, let's talk about the majors. Then,
Yeah.
because you could argue golf too, but
Yeah,
I don't want to spend time talking about that. College
but
golf.
of the three major men's
of the
sports,
major men's sports, it improved baseball more than it did basketball or football.
Yeah.
I mean, Oklahoma and Texas are great historic baseball programs.
Yes.
And when I was going back and looking at these numbers, I saw that Texas and Oklahoma name a lot, by the way.
But they are so pretty darn good in football too. You know, Oklahoma's a multi-time playoff team.
I know.
Oh, the longest win streak of all time.
Yeah, and they've been in the playoffs under Lincoln Riley a lot recently.
You know, you bring up Oklahoma softball, and this threw me off today because I read that LSU became the first D1 school to win baseball and basketball in the same year, and I'm like, they won basketball? And they were talking about women's.
Oh,
Yeah, the women's
I gotcha.
basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Florida win football?
They win football
and basketball, right?
Yeah, but just baseball and basketball.
Yeah, two men's sports, football and basketball there for the Gators back in the day. So go vote. It's an interesting question, and I'm not sure we solved the answer there on which we're better at.
It's hard.
I don't feel great about it, but I think it's football. And I think if you ask like other regions, you know, people that cover sports, Pacific Northwest, I think they would say football.
But you know, like Brown said, Auburn, you know, has taken some number 2 seeds in the regional and gone to Omaha. Alabama was in the supers this year, and Alabama and Auburn, if you name the 5 best college baseball programs in the SEC, are not in that.
You don't get to them, no.
Yeah, and then they're in series,
Yeah.
or actually in Omaha, or in series to go to Omaha. So there's a little, I think there's more depth in SEC baseball.
So LSU, well, let me ask you that. Top 5, LSU, Mississippi State, Florida.
South Carolina.
In baseball?
You're talking about baseball programs?
Did you mention Vandy?
Vandy.
No, I'm Vandy recent, though, right? I mean.
Oh, what are you talking all time?
I'm just talking all time.
I don't know. I mean, recently, if you look at a recent snapshot, your best SEC baseball programs are definitely LSU, definitely Vandy. I mean, you got to throw South Carolina in there. They won 2 recently, and they're in the mix a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida, though, you have to.
Florida State and Ole Miss, that gets you to 6. You got to determine who you're going to cut out of that group.
Florida, State.
State and Ole
State,
Miss.
yeah.
Arkansas was really good
Arkansas,
for a while.
yeah, under Dave Van Horn has been really, really good. You don't get to Alabama and Auburn in that discussion. No.
That's right.
I mean, I think they're bottom half probably. Maybe not Auburn.
Well, when you throw in Texas and Oklahoma, they're going to be in the bottom half as you divide it up, 16 teams.
I mean, think about what a good job you would say Butch Thompson has done. I think you'd say Butch Thompson's done a really good job,
right.
and he's fighting to even be in the top half. That shows you how difficult baseball is in the SEC.
That is my point. That's where I think they're more dominant in baseball, because you can go to the 8th, 9th, and 10th teams and programs, 8th, 9th, and 10th programs, and say that team really thinks they should be in Omaha this year.
Yeah. And in football, you know, it's obviously Alabama, Georgia. LSU's got to be in there.
Yep.
But, you know, I mean, once you get past Alabama, Georgia, LSU.
Then you're talking about special years.
Yeah, you're talking about special years. I don't know if you're talking about programs that have consistently been great for a
I mean,
decade.
Florida was there until
they
about
were.
6-7 years
Until
ago.
they
They were
started
there
changing
when
coaches.
Alabama wasn't, right?
That's right.
It's,
Started changing coaches every 3 years.
Well, they were there when Alabama was. I mean, when you had the Urban Meyer years.
Yeah, I mean, but 6 and 8, and then Alabama sort of replaced them.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Florida gone, Alabama slides in. Great discussion. Keep it going in the chat room over there, the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, whenever you're hitting the road this summer. Still a lot of summer left, and we get the heat now. Maybe you're heading to the beach for the 4th of July, the lake, wherever you're going. Go ahead and get that car or truck checked out before you go with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations there, bumper-to-bumper service and those great tires. Our buddy Joel Klatt with a nice interview with Greg Sankey after he did Nick Saban. He was on our show last week. You can see that interview podcasted about the Nick Saban interview, and Klatt talking about that. Greg Sankey dropping today, that conversation, a snippet from that. Thanks to our buddy Forrester back there, coming up a little bit later on in the show, that is being brought to you by Brown's Garage Guys.
Oh,
they're
Jimmy
local
D.
guys. They're tough dogs, and I've already convinced LT. He followed you on your bathroom. I bet he's following you on the garage, too.
You need to do it.
I'm a follower. I know I want to.
Yeah, you need to, because, you know.
Because not only the garage, I want to do my workout room, which is all concrete,
Absolutely.
but it's got a cracked foundation.
Uh-huh.
and it's all beat up because of the weights that hit the ground.
Yeah, and just because you see a crack doesn't mean you're not a candidate. Sometimes those are just superficial cracks, but that is the first thing they do at Tough Dog is they come in and they check for the moisture to make sure you don't have a moisture issue, and the cracks to make sure it's not foundational. If it's just superficial, they grind that thing right out and it's nice and smooth.
That's why they have that great slogan, say no to crack.
They don't want their product to fail, so they make sure you don't have a foundational issue or a moisture issue. So that's step one. And they come in and they do the grinding, and then they follow up with that coating. And the coating is just beautiful. It looks amazing. It is so easy to clean. It feels good under your feet. They put the flakes in there. You get to pick the color of the coating, the color of the flakes there. They got some great options there on that. They can do team-specific or company-specific logos if that is your choice as well. You can do that right there with Tough Dog. I'm just telling you, it makes my basement, it smells better, first of all. You know, basements get kind of that dank smell. You park cars in there, it's exhaust and stuff like that. It looks better. It feels better under my feet. This stuff will not crack. It will not wear out like epoxy. It will not yellow in sunlight. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. So you're not going to walk around and fall if it's wet or whatever the case might be. It just looks great, smells great, feels great. I can't find a negative to it at all. 15-year warranty, so they stand behind their product at Tough Dog. TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That's ToughDogGarageFloors.com, TUFF, or call Jared and the gang there at Tough Dog. Birmingham people, man. It's their own company. It's not some franchise they bought. They have developed this company themselves. 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639 or ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
LT's talking about the temperatures that'll be out there this week. I was about to say he has a different chair than I did. He got a new chair. I was having some envy for this hoodie that he has draped over the chair right there.
Some envy. What's wrong with your chair?
I was like, new chairs. I want a new chair.
Why?
I like new everything. If there are new chairs, I want the new chair. Give me the red chair. Why do I have the black chair? I want the red chair.
I'll remind it. It's got arms on it and doesn't.
LT back with us in a second, too. If he was here right now, he'd tell you about our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. Just a wonderful, wonderful summer drink. It is our favorite vodka up here. It's the official vodka of the next round. It's Charles Barkley's company. It is the vodka that you can order by name in 22 states now and growing, 8 times distilled. It has a perfect taste to it. It's gluten-free. They worked years to get it tasting the way it tastes right now. Redmont Vodka, perfect today if you're heading out to, say, the Oak Mountain Amphitheater to watch Matchbox 20 today and going to post up at a bar somewhere. Order a couple of Redmont Vodkas. Ask for it by name. Redmont Distilling, Vulcan Gin, it's Redmont Vodka there. Heather is one of our great female listeners. And I forget how we got to the discussion last week when Brown was out, but what made us discuss female bodybuilders? Do you remember that? Or female fitness instructors. Do you remember?
Story trash about that She-Hulk girl that eats 7 meals a day.
Oh, that's right. It was a trash story about She-Hulk.
So we started to look at fitness models.
And then people were like, check this person out, check this person out. Heather wrote in, and her name, she's like, you got to check out Sonata Greca. She is the best of the fitness models on social media. Look at the muscles in this lady, Sonata Greca. This is from her Instagram account, her ab workouts that she does. I don't know how you are on. She has one with weight, a weight on her feet, and she does things. How's your core, guys?
Not that good. No, not that good.
I mean, I could
This
plank.
one right here. Look at this.
Like, how long could you plank for, Dunaway?
Oh, I don't
I
even know.
planked. There was a bet back in several years ago. You bet I couldn't plank for a minute, and I did it, but it was not fun.
I mean, how long do you think I could plank for?
Oh, I think you could go about 35, 40 seconds.
You can do better than
and then
that.
you'd come back to the atmosphere. I don't think you could do a minute now again.
I guarantee you I could.
I mean, that core, I would kill to have that core.
The problem with that core is you've got to do that every day.
Yeah,
like I got up this morning at 6 a.m. and did a circuit workout with weights in the pool, and it's such a pain in the ass.
Like, how long do you think her daily workout is?
Oh, my God. Well, first of all, her diet is just, I can't even tell you. She's probably eating 6 different, pre-planned meals a day. But her workout, she's working out an hour and a half, 2 hours a day.
There are many reasons I'll never have that core. Many reasons. Yeah. One of the reasons.
You got to have genetics, too.
One of the reasons, and I may not have the genetics, I'm never going to test it, but one of the reasons is I had rather than have that core be able to eat anything I want at any point in my life. I want to eat it. I never want to think, oh, God, I got to have a piece of baked chicken because I want to keep my core.
Yeah,
I don't care. I like food too much.
Look at that right there. This one right here that she's doing there.
That's tough right there. Yeah, I can't do that.
Oh, that's again. I mean, she's a freak. She's got looks like maybe 1% body fat, maybe. But like last night, I try to be good sometimes. I've got to balance it out. Like I get a picture of spicy watermelon margaritas at Taco Mama, but I do the tuna bowl instead of getting like queso and tacos and everything else.
That's my kryptonite. I cannot go into a restaurant that has chips and salsa.
Yeah.
And my daughter broke that down for me the other day. She goes, Dad, 4 chips is basically 1 tortilla.
I don't need to hear that because if I'm eating chips, I'm eating 40 or 50.
You know how you get past that?
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, because I got home and she's like, did you have dinner? I'm about to go order something. And I'm like, I actually did. I just came from, Taco Mama. I had chips and salsa. And she goes, oh, how many chips and salsa did you eat? I said 3 baskets.
Yeah.
I just ate a bunch of them.
When I'm on my deathbed and my family asks for regrets, and when I'm on my deathbed and my family asks for regrets, you know what one of them was not going to be? Yeah, I ate too many chips and salsa. Oh. I want to eat what I want to eat, and I'm just if I got a little pudge because of it, I got a little pudge because of it, man. I like food. You know what I don't like? laying by a pool with weights on my feet, moving them back and forth to get a flat stomach. I like food more than I like that.
Heather, thank you for the submission via the email. We appreciate it. Hopefully.
Now, would you want your girl looking like that?
First of all, Heather, thank you for watching the show. Please send that. I love, yesterday may have been a special day in my relationship with my wife.
May have been. We're waiting on a ruling on that.
She actually watched the show for the first time in a long time.
Well, I texted her yesterday.
Yeah, she did. She said you texted her.
She didn't respond. I mean, she did once, and then she didn't respond.
So your wife watched the show for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. Because all the pastors she worked with, most of them listen to the show. And so anytime she comes up now, they make a point to say, oh, by the way, blah, 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 blah. So she was like, how many drinks did you say I had on the air? We were
all of them.
We were fighting about we were fighting about parking apparently. Blah 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 blah. And I said, well, I became very. I don't know if you listened. I said, I don't know if they told you, but by the end of the segment, I was.
By the way, I was very vague. I just said, hey, we'd love to have you
right.
on set one day.
I just said by the end. Hopefully they told you by the end of the segment. I was very self-deprecating. And she goes, oh no, I went back and watched it. And she goes, I don't really actually even appreciate you being self-deprecating, saying you're a bad lover. And I was like, oh, that's very sweet. And she goes, I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying you shouldn't tell people. Touche, she says. Touche.
Wow.
Yeah,
Damn,
LT.
I mean, she's pulling your strings.
Yeah, LT behind my back, by the way, Rockstar. Hey, why don't you just come in for a segment?
Well, no, I think Rockstar is going to have them in the womb chair.
I'd like to. I'd love to have the wives in the womb chair. It'd be great.
No, we have talked about having Maggie on before. Maggie's just too busy for us.
Yeah. And Brown has seen.
I mean, I haven't seen Maggie up here in. Well, I guess today we broke ground, right?
No, wow. She's been up a few times since. She was here for the first anniversary.
Okay.
She may come back for the second one if you guys don't get me divorced by then. It was a great offer. She's looking forward to being back up here again very, very soon. She just didn't have a tattoo to unveil or anything like Leighton did last week.
Yeah, I missed a lot on the show, as it turns out. So Leighton's got a tattoo.
Yeah, I mean, here is. Can I just?
I saw the video.
Can I just tell you?
My wife and daughter saw it before I did and said, "You got to watch this." Yeah.
Okay, Clay Travis next segment, and LT's about to tell us about Dr. B. But it's another great Bud Light poll question if you want to throw out here. Which was the more eye-opening moment last week on the show? Leighton unveiling to LT that she did indeed get her first tattoo already. Yeah. By the way, Maggie saw her in the grocery store yesterday and got to see the tattoo.
Wow, oh, great. Yeah, but that was fun for everybody else shopping.
This world's colliding nonstop.
It really is. It's wild.
Or Brown, you may not have heard about this one. LT called a vet in Texas because he was embarrassed to call a local vet because he was looking to adopt a rescue Vizsla, but wanted to see if he could get breast augmentation on the Vizsla because the nipples were grossly enlarged, and he wanted to have plastic surgery on the Vizsla before he adopted it. True story, right?
True.
I didn't overplay that.
Well, let me ask you: if one of y'all's wives had grossly enlarged,
very similar, same thing.
No, I'm just saying. I mean,
you do find dogs attractive. I also learned, so I don't know. I mean, I didn't know you were into dogs so much. Well, I knew you were into dogs. I didn't know you were into them that way, though.
No, aesthetically, I want a good-looking dog.
I'm not sure it's out of context, Jim.
Say that again for me in case he missed it.
No, I heard aesthetically he wants a good-looking dog. Yeah.
So he knew it was going to be an embarrassing question.
No,
he did not call an Alabama vet.
When the vet quit laughing, what did they tell you?
Well, they didn't laugh. There was like this. It was one of those awkward pause.
Sir,
Yeah, and he was like,
never been asked that one.
I don't know if we do that. What exactly do you mean?
Surgery on a dog.
She's had a lot of litters and she's retired and a little banged up looking.
On a dog.
She needs a titty tuck.
Plastic surgery on a dog.
No, here was the thing. It wasn't like she had to be under anyway. She was getting spayed. She's got to get spayed. Yeah. So while she's getting spayed, let's fix some things.
Do you know how long it took them through trial and error to hone down the human plastic surgery side, right? To make it.
Yeah, but I don't think it has to be perfect. I just think you need to, just kind of lop it and go. Hey, by the way, Smuff over there, I do want to get this out. Like, I really never cared if Leighton got a tattoo.
Right.
I mean, it's her body.
You just thought you would know.
I just thought I would know. There was two things. First of all, she told me last year that she would never get one because they're too permanent. So I thought by that she wouldn't.
Yeah.
And then the second thing, I was the last to know.
Right.
But I'm getting used to that, so that's not that big of a deal. But my whole thing is, she's 20 years old. She's an adult now. She can do what she wants. But when you're 20, you also make decisions you regret when you're 25. And I just think getting a tattoo is so permanent, you got to know exactly what you want. Hopefully she's going to love that tattoo for the rest of her life.
Yeah, I hope she does too. I just love the fact that, she continues to blossom as a human when she came up here and just was doing such a great job on the show last week. Clay Travis will try to match Leighton's performance when he comes up on the other side. Dr. B has LT's hair permanently restored.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Again, wear a hat a lot just because I love the lids we've got. Again, nextround.store. But T3hair.net is the website you need to go to if you started to thin a little bit. Be preemptive on this. Trust me, I didn't even know about the thinning until we started doing this venture here. But the first call I made, Dr. Beckenstein, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, or go online, t3hair.net.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Clay Travis in just a second. I always try to tell you interesting stories I read at The Athletic, a story on Pac-Man Jones, who's now 39. Bipolar, which I think we may have known in his professional playing days, did not get that taken care of, diagnosed until after his NFL career. But an amazing thing he has done. He has basically not formally adopted, but taken Chris Henry's sons under his wing and looks out for them and provides for them. Chris Henry, his teammate, passed away at age 26 in 2009. And Chris Henry Jr., who is going at age 15 into sort of his sophomore year of high school, the recruiting part in football, one of the best receivers in the country, already has offers from Georgia, Ohio State, and USC. And Pac-Man says will be better than his dad.
Well, look, and Chris Henry was a really good receiver out of West Virginia, played for the Bengals. In just a weird situation, fell out of the back of a truck, hit his head, died. Yep. Doesn't seem like it's been 14 years ago.
It really does not. Clay Travis is the founder of Outkick. At Clay Travis on Twitter. He's on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing great. Where were you on the Titans drafting, Pac-Man? Because that was one of the ultimate, I think it was like pick 5 or 6 in the first round, one of the ultimate boomer bust draft picks of all time, really, in the NFL.
Well, I mean, he was a really, really talented corner and a really good kick returner. I think people have forgotten that. But just couldn't stay out of trouble, right? That whole era of the NFL when Roger Goodell put in place the personal conduct policy. I don't remember how many times Pac-Man got arrested or had incidents with his teammates or certainly people in the city of Nashville. But it was he was a tumultuous player, both on and off the field, but very talented and obviously had a really long NFL career. I mean, he played in the league for a tremendous amount of time.
I'm going to stick with the Titans. Steve McNair, the true crime podcast that was out years ago we talked about. I listened to that. After processing this for years, what do you think actually happened to Steve McNair?
I don't know. There are a lot of people who think that somebody killed Steve McNair and his girlfriend. That story is crazy. And I feel like would be way bigger today than it was then, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree. Oh, yeah.
That was pre-social media, basically, if I remember correctly. If you tell me if I'm wrong, but you can look up the year that Steve McNair was killed. But I think it was before, the Twitter and Instagram.
2009, yeah. I mean, Twitter had just come out, really.
Yeah, basically just kind of starting. And, the whole thing was wild. And there were all sorts of theories. I was doing sports talk radio in Nashville at the time, and as you can well imagine, I mean, if anything, I think that story has probably been underplayed just because of how crazy it was. But yeah, that was the idea that she basically flipped out. I think, and again, it's been a while. Sahel Kazemi, if I remember correctly, was a 19-year-old girl that he had met at the Dave & Buster's at Isles Mall, which is kind of wild to think about. And she was one of his girlfriends, I don't know girlfriends he had. And everything just kind of fell apart. And she eventually killed them both. I mean, that's the final story, that she killed him and killed herself.
Well, in this day and age of streaming services, there seems like there are docs and docuseries out all the time. You ever think about writing one, and would that be a great topic, the McNair death?
I don't know that I have time. I do. There are different stories that I think would be incredibly compelling. I think I put up on, so I've had that I think would be really good. One is And, I wish I had the money to just fund it because I think it would be that good. I think there should be a documentary, a docu-series, but dramatically told on the Lewis and Clark expedition. Because if you read the book Undaunted Courage, that multi-year expedition is just so incredible. And I think there's a deep craving still for Westerns, not only in the United States, but around the world. And the popularity, for instance, of Yellowstone convinces me that there still is that massive hunger for stories about the West. A huge part of Yellowstone, it feels like, is the scenery of Yellowstone, just the epic lands of the West. I think that's why people buy in. And then the other one, I'm convinced that there is a huge story to be told about sports gambling becoming legalized in the United States. And it's a sprawling, epic story. It's basically a modern-day story about prohibition ending in the United States. And it's our version 100 years later. The amount of money that's been made, the battles, the characters, I think both of those are supremely interesting stories to be told.
Clay Travis on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think because of the creature comforts we have now, I don't think we fully respect the crap the explorers had to go through to find new worlds.
Well,
the whole reason Denver exists as a city is a group of explorers saw the Rocky Mountains and they're like, I tell you what, we're going to stay right here. This is just fine for us.
We are not going back.
We are not going over those Rocky Mountains, right? We're going to stay right here. This looks like a great place for us to set up camp.
I'm dying to know who you would cast as Sacagawea.
I mean, first of all, solid historical knowledge there.
Oh, I've got Google. I'm not going to say I pulled it up. I've got Google.
Sacagawea comes up on the show every now and then.
You could go Zendaya, couldn't you?
Yeah, she was a looker.
Oh, that would be a hell of a. Well, I don't know. I mean, is this? I can't even keep up with what is cultural appropriation and what isn't these days. Like, could you put? First of all, she would be an incredible person to put in the show.
She is so talented. Yes.
Yeah, right. But I don't think she's part Native American, right? So nowadays, if you're trying to cast someone and they're not the right ethnicity, it's considered cultural appropriation and everybody boycotts and everything else. Even though, by the way, the whole purpose of acting is to pretend to be somebody that you're not, which, whatever. But so maybe although I don't know, what's the really good looking girl from Yellowstone?
Oh yeah, Casey's wife. I don't know her name.
Yeah, she was also in. I don't know if you ever saw Wind River, but she was in that as well.
Is she Native American?
I think she is. I'm going to tell you right now.
Now, Rockstar, was Sacagawea a looker in real life, Rocky?
Oh, she was young. She was like,
19.
She was a young girl.
A baby.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she had a baby.
With Lewis or Clark?
No, I don't think so. Although they didn't have DNA testing back then, but I do not think Lewis or Clark, either Lewis nor Clark, were the founders or the fathers.
Founders.
Maury Povich style. That would have been a couple of 100 years.
Much more boring
Povich.
show back then, but you could have done it.
She said she was. She stated in multiple interviews she's part Cherokee.
Okay,
and that she has a native heritage. Yeah, a lot of people say that. I've got a bet with Dunaway that he has got no Indian blood in him.
Yeah, Clay, I don't know if that's
I would not be stunned by that. Or I mean, look, remember Elizabeth Warren? When she was 1,024th Native American, which is actually less than the average white person in America.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a thing in Tennessee, but almost anybody that was born and raised in Alabama claims they have some Indian in them. Almost any, like I've done it too. Almost anybody does.
No, I mean I've been told that is the case for me too.
Yeah.
Hey Clay, she's actually her dad's Chinese, and her mom's American. She's just claiming she's part Cherokee. I guess that was to get over the ban.
Wow, I'm surprised that hasn't turned into a bigger scandal then, because she may not necessarily be Native American at all.
Doesn't look like it.
See, there you go.
Like,
slow day next week for you on the 4th of July. There's your hot topic to change the world.
Remember back in the day, and I think this is still the case, like Asian restaurants would just hire Hispanic people. And they didn't have enough Asian people to work there. Have you noticed this? Like if you go to I don't know, the random Chinese place, it was like they didn't hire regular, white people or black people very often. They would hire, this was before there was a huge Hispanic population, and it was like they were just trying to keep the ethnic flavor of the place. And so I never really understood that. But now, like, this is actually, I think, a cultural appropriation scandal. If she's not actually Native American, because her entire character is based on being Native American, right? It's a huge part of Yellowstone. I just totally assumed that she was Native American. I was willing to cast her as Sacagawea.
Yeah, her name is Kelsey Asbill. It's Kelsey Asbill Chow. She was born September 9th, is an American actress. Dad's Chinese.
Right there at birth.
Born
already
actress.
cast.
She's
Yeah.
delivering.
All right. We got an actress, y'all. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, it looks like she doesn't have any Native American in her.
Oh, wow. Does that stun you? Didn't you totally presume that she was Native American?
Me too. All I know, I appreciate Antonio Cromartie watching the show. He quickly tweeted, Lewis or Clark's off the hook. I am too. It's not me.
I thought she could have possibly been an Eskimo. I don't think you're supposed to say Eskimo, though, right?
Indigenous people.
Well, I think that's I think that's super offensive. Now, she may have dodged all the blame because she is on a show that's really popular with people in red states, right? Like, this is Yellowstone in general. If you compare it, there's a good story about how much is written about Yellowstone, even though it's like 6 or 7 times as many viewers as Succession, right? Like, every Succession episode, there's like, it's like everybody who watches Succession writes an article about it, basically. And then there are other shows that are wildly popular that almost get no.
Well, yeah, Succession got far outsized attention because it was written about the media, basically. It was a show about the media, so media people really liked it.
Oh, it's fantastic. Look, but I just think it's interesting because, in theory, if you're trying to write articles about shows, the number one way to get the most readers is to write about shows that are the most popular, right?
Yeah.
Yet hardly anything is written about Yellowstone, such that all of us just totally presume that the woman who's playing the Native American on the show is actually Native American. And, maybe she's claiming that she's part Cherokee. I don't know. But I thought she was like 100% Native American.
You do get articles on it. You get Kevin Costner does not agree with what's his name? Taylor Sheridan. You see that Kevin Costner's wife won't move out.
We write about it at Outkick. It does well. But I'm saying, in general, the number of stories that are written about Yellowstone are a pinprick compared to the ones that are written about, say, Succession.
Well, please don't go and get this girl kicked off the show.
Look, I just said that I would hire her for my new show about the Lewis and Clark.
She's going to be Sacagawea, Lance. I mean,
she's going to be Sacagawea.
Clay's already cast her. Yeah, I don't want her. I don't want her career blood on my hands. So please don't go cancel.
I think she's fine. I think she's past the point.
I don't think I've ever canceled anyone. I'm not a cancel culture guy.
Offer the part of Meriwether Lewis. See what she says.
Well, I mean, the way we do things now, like, what is it, Bridgerton, where they're like, race doesn't matter, and so they have all these people who are like in olden England who are different races, right? So maybe Meriwether Lewis will be played by, I don't know, by an Asian guy.
Yeah, don't step don't step on.
I mean, that would be. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, that would be like the super Hollywood thing to do. It would be like, we're going to make Meriwether Lewis, the Lewis and Clark expedition, except Meriwether Lewis is going to be Asian, and like Lewis Clark or William Rogers Clark or whatever his name was is going to be Hispanic, and it's a modern meditation on how white people in the world by trying to explore.
Yeah,
the whole thing about the Lewis and Clark expedition, by the way, is Thomas Jefferson. I'm not making this up. They knew so little about all of that area that they were exploring that Thomas Jefferson legitimately thought that there might still be dinosaurs living there.
and he's one of the smartest men of that time, right?
Yeah. Jefferson is like the most brilliant person maybe to ever be president. And he legitimately thought, when he sent Meriwether Lewis and George Rogers Clark off on the Lewis and Clark expedition, like he wrote, you may just find dinosaurs out there. Like he legitimately thought dinosaurs might still be there.
I mean, that is pretty crazy, and it's crazy that if they thought that they actually signed up to go. Think about that, though. I mean, What a great Saturday Night Live bit, by the way, to have former presidents trying to answer modern day questions. Like, I'll take American history for 500, and it'd be something like that.
Yeah, but I guarantee you the first time you ran across a grizzly bear, he was like, holy shit.
I mean, well, not only that. I mean, think about when they initially explored the what became the United States. I mean, how scary would a crocodile or an alligator have been?
Yes. A rattlesnake?
I mean, you would have thought a crocodile or an alligator probably was. I mean, I don't even know if they knew the idea of dinosaurs existed, but I mean, there were so many of these animals. I mean, that's a big part of the Lewis and Clark expedition is they were naturalists, and I don't remember the total number of new animals that had never been seen before on the American continent that Lewis and Clark actually, found. Not only animals, but plants and everything else. But yeah, like grizzly bears, right?
But,
I mean, that is it's one thing to see a black bear or whatever that, might be a little bit violent, but is nowhere near the violence of a grizzly bear. And then the ability you're going through so many of these different tribes, right? That many of which have never seen a European settler before, right? Never seen a white face. So, I mean, to think about how crazy that was, that clash of civilizations to be going on, where you've never seen anyone that remotely resembles what the European settlers would look like.
Do you think they would have said anything to Jefferson about In-N-Out Burger?
I've got In-N-Out Burger coming out, by the way, on the show. I was just in L.A., and when I was flying back, I watched. Do you know he's from Nashville, Nate Bargatze? I don't know if you like him as a comedian.
He's a buddy of mine.
Oh, is he? I think he's hilarious. I love Nate Bargatze. And
yeah, he's great. He's the same. He and I are the exact same age. He used to come on the show before when we did local radio in Nashville. Before he had really kind of blown up. I mean, he sold out Bridgestone Arena recently.
Oh yeah, 19,000, biggest crowd ever. Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the biggest comedians in the country right now. I mean, he's great. Yeah,
the special I watched on the plane, he was debating whether or not if he went back in time to the 1920s, if anybody would even know. Like, because he said you could see somebody on a telephone and they're like, hey, from the future, you could carry those phones around in your pocket and use them anywhere. And they're like, how does that work? And he's like, I don't really know. I should not have brought that up. I really have no idea. And he's like,
I mean, I don't. My wife refuses to believe this is true, but I mean, that there are cables running across the entire ocean that allow the internet to work, right? And then they come up in data processing centers in different parts of the United States, and that literal cables, and then they come up and they're like pipes. I don't think people really understand that, right? And that every now and then they accidentally sever one of the cables and the internet doesn't work as effectively, right? Anyway, the whole concept of how most things work, I don't have any idea how electricity works.
Yeah.
Right. And I think this is probably why at some point we're trending towards having a country where nobody can fix anything, right?
If we went off the grid, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be a plumber now. Nobody wants to be an electrician, right? Those guys get paid really well because so few people have those skills. And by the way, 100 years ago, everybody would have known, or maybe 120 years ago, everybody would have known how to take care of horses, right? Everybody, all ages, everybody would have known.
It was your main mode of transportation. It's like being an
Do
auto
you know anything
mechanic.
about a horse now?
No.
I don't know anything about a horse.
No.
Well, do you know anything about a car now?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, if your car breaks down on the side of the road, what do you do?
Yeah, my dad's old school car. My dad's old school. He could fix anything, and he bitches more about that than anything else. Back in the day, I could fix a Ford or a Chevy. I can't fix anything now. It's all electronic.
Yeah, I don't have any idea how anything works. I mean, I couldn't. I cannot fix anything. If it breaks, I've got. I mean, my only form of technological fixing is to turn it off and turn it back on again. And then, that's my entire repertoire. You should see the amount of electronics that I have in my house, right? Because I have radio studio, television studio, the ability to I mean, I could host television. I mean, I have for years. I did my television show just out of my attic. I don't know how any of it works.
out of my attic.
Hot up there.
Clay Travis at Outkick, the Outkick founder, outkick.com, and at Clay Travis on Twitter. Clay, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
All right, Lewis and Clark, Sacagawea. It's a gold mine.
See ya. Bye.
I
Clay
would
with
be-
us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I would be fascinated to watch that.
I'd watch a
I don't
movie.
know how they survived.
Tommy says, forget Lewis and Clark with their stumbling across a grizzly bear. Ponce de Leon encountered the first Florida man, a much more dangerous creature.
Dude, I mean, do you think about how bad Florida was? I mean, if you just go driving down the street, like we've got some really dense forest, but their shit is all over the place.
Oh, it's terrible, yeah. And you know the old joke how Ponce de Leon knew he had discovered Florida. He got hit out of bounds late by a Miami defensive back. That's the old college football joke.
I like that. Hey, our friends at Precision Sports will get you back in the game, back to work maybe. If you are somehow hurt doing something you enjoy, like catching your back on a golf swing, now you need that worked out. Maybe you blow out a knee, doing something, play little hoops or anything. Precision Sports can get you back in.
Can you imagine the injuries Lewis and Clark had?
Oh,
the tweaks they had if they just would have
didn't
had
fix them.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics back in the day. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you hurt the elbow shooting a little hoop in the driveway. Maybe you hurt the knee getting up from the couch at halftime. Let this be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bent Brook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bent Brook.
Buster Olney later on the show. Buster Olney coming up. Yes, great female listener up on the coast there. Ashley, she said random interview, but entertaining with Clay. Those are my favorite Clay interviews when we don't have anything to talk to him about. We just sort of jump into it and start rolling on. HBO, we were talking a little NFL. The Hard Knocks is coming up. There's only 4 teams that are eligible, and it seems like an automatic choice to me. Here are the 4 teams that are eligible: Commanders, Saints, Bears, and Jets.
Oh, it's not even close.
It's got to be the Jets, right?
Gotta be.
You know, first of all, New York market.
Yeah, now they've had the Jets before.
It was one of my favorite ones because that's when Tannenbaum was the GM, right?
Yep. Corey Reamer was part of it.
Reamer got cut.
But it was the head coach was
Rex Ryan. Yeah.
That was my favorite one all time was that one.
Yeah,
Really?
It was entertaining. The Commanders seem
awful.
I mean, their games are boring. I don't know what.
I was about to say that. I don't even want them in the league.
I don't even like watching
it
games.
really might be the most boring franchise in football.
It really is.
Like if they kicked the Commanders down to the USFL took the USFL champion, I'd be more excited.
I kind of feel the same about the Bears. Let's just say Nick Foles was starting for the Bears this year.
Oh.
I mean, the only thing that I'm excited about for the Bears is Justin Fields to see how he progresses.
Yeah, and I don't imagine Derek Carr being extremely entertaining as the quarterback, and I just don't really know a whole lot about the Saints around him. And
you can have some fun in that city with the food and everything. Do they do camp there, or do they go to like West Virginia?
I think they do camp in Metairie, don't they? Isn't that where they're based? Is in Metairie.
The Jets got to be.
The Jets are the easy choice, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be the Jets.
And Robert Saleh, who's a good coach, by the way, I think, and seems like he'd be kind of an entertaining guy on there. Seems like it.
Yeah.
They've already got 6 prime time games coming up this year, so we're going to get a lot of the Jets anyway. Viewing menu every day brought to you by our friends at New Life. Before we jump back in to continue to talk about LSU's national championship last night, I've got what's it called when you show people just an ink blot and you get an instant reaction?
Rorschach.
Yeah, I'm going to do sort of that. With the SEC here in just
We're going to do a Rorschach test with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, The Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
We are starting to feel the effects of the writer's strike, just to let you know that it is getting bleak out there.
I saw it in action too. They were picketing out there in Hollywood, Rockstar.
Yeah, it's Conan's joined. A lot of people, famous actors have joined in. It's rough. 7:30 on VH1. You got American Gangster from 2007 with Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe.
Watched it recently.
Fantastic.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, that's a fantastic movie.
Jacket and 7 p.m. on HBO comedy Teen Wolf.
Still never seen it.
Great film, but I don't know what the comedian's name was. I want to give him credit, but one of the best stand-up jokes about Teen Wolf is if you've seen the movie, there's a portion where Styles, who's Scotty's best friend, they are emptying a garage, and he's trying to tell him that he's a wolf. He's his best friend. I got to confide in somebody. And he says, there's something I need to tell you, Styles. It's about me. Styles says, whoa, 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 whoa. You're not gay, are you? And the first thing he says, no, I'm a wolf. And so
that's the
oh,
line?
that's okay. So the Styles, his best friend, like, no, I'm not gay. I'm a mythical creature that can play basketball.
And they can kill people.
I grow a bunch of hair.
And he's totally like, okay, just as long as you're not gay. Anyway, that Teen Wolf Tonight from 1985, and that is all I got.
You don't really see the werewolf genre anymore, but one of the Black Mirror episodes.
Oh, yeah?
Well, they're trying to do it with the Monsters universe. When Tom Cruise played the Mummy and it bombed so bad, they're going to have a whole universe. I think Benicio del Toro was going to be the Wolfman. And just that it's such a bomb they had because Russell Crowe is going to be Dr. Jekyll.
Yeah, but I go back. Jack Nicholson was in Wolf
with Michelle Pfeiffer.
It was such a terrible movie. And then there was another one. American Werewolf in London was pretty entertaining.
Silver Bullet was good.
Silver Bullet was okay.
Yeah.
Stephen King, yeah.
That used to be the only way to kill a werewolf, right?
Was a silver bullet, yeah.
All right. All right. The LT.
Now fentanyl will take care of it.
LT said, man, when I think of LSU, I think of baseball first. So I'm gonna just go through these SEC schools.
All right.
You tell me what you think of
Which
first.
sport on their campus I think of first,
yeah.
okay?
When I say LSU.
I think it probably is baseball. I want to say football. It's an iconic stadium. They've won championships, 3 since 2000. But I still think I would go with 3 different coaches, by the way, which is a testament to how good a program you are, in my opinion, is how many championships you've won with different coaches.
Yeah, but 7
But I still go baseball.
World Series championships now.
And by the way, 7 with 3 different coaches because Skip Bertman won a bunch, Paul Maneri won that one, and now this guy, Jay Johnson.
Yeah.
So that's a testament. Again, that's a good – don't you guys – isn't that a litmus test? Like, are we talking about a great coach that just happened to find lightning in a bottle, or is it a great program? Well, a great program wins championships with multiple coaches.
I would say this. If you ask this question in February, I wonder if you get a different answer from both of us.
Depends on how good the football team is.
Because you're going baseball too.
I'm going baseball too because of where we are. It just seems so fresh.
Prisoner of the moment.
But they had not won a national championship since 2009.
Yeah, see, I'm going to be honest. I think of Saturday night football
it's hard not to think of
Tiger
that.
Stadium,
I
calling
agree.
Baton Rouge.
I agree.
That's where I go. Alabama is football, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's easy.
Easy.
Football. Ole Miss.
Co-eds.
I mean, that is your first thought.
When you said Ole Miss, the first thing I thought was baseball. But, again, prisoner of the moment, they recently won the national championship. It's their best program historically.
Yeah, I guess I would go baseball.
I mean, if you go to Vaught Hemingway, at one point, they still had 3 national championships. And I claimed one of them in my count earlier, and people in the chat room are like, even that one's debatable. I think 1960 is the one. But I still say baseball, even though they've only won the 1 national championship.
I just don't think of Ole Miss at all. I mean, when you say Ole Miss, sadly I think of the Mannings.
Well, that's football.
I mean, I really think about the Grove. I don't really think
I
sports.
kind of agree.
You do tailgating. Mississippi State.
Baseball, easy.
Baseball.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. Though they don't ring cowbells, I don't think, at the baseball game.
They've only won the 1 national championship for a proud program, but they packed that joint out. It's a really nice stadium, I think. You've been there.
Yeah,
I mean,
baseball?
it's brand new, yeah.
Oh, for baseball, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But so is the new box in Baton Rouge as well.
Ron Stark was such a good coach for so many years. Ron Polk, yeah. What am I
Ron
saying?
Stark is the.
Who is Ron Stark?
He's
got no idea.
He's the guy that has the suit that does
That's Tony
everything.
Stark.
That's Tony Stark. Okay. John Stark's played for
John
the
Starks,
Knicks.
yeah.
No,
Ron Polk
Polk
was great. Yeah.
It was great,
Yeah.
I go baseball with Mississippi State too.
Never won a championship, though. I mean, that's the bar we put on coaches. And the guy, and I'm not going to be able to say his name at Florida State, that was
Mike Martin.
Mike Martin never won a national championship. He and Ron Polk are widely regarded as 2 of the best coaches to have ever done it and couldn't win a national championship, which I guess shows you how hard it is to do in baseball when those 2 guys can't win one.
Arkansas?
Basketball.
Basketball for me.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah. I mean, that's where historically under Nolan Richardson they won a championship. They were a Final Four team.
I go Nolan Richardson.
Musselman's had some success.
Auburn.
Football.
It's football, yeah. I mean, the basketball has been the most successful recently.
Yeah, but like with LSU, you said, we were doing football, baseball. It's the place where Shaq is from. So with Auburn, you've got Barkley, who's such a dynamic character there at Auburn.
But Cam Newton was still the greatest one season by any Auburn athlete.
And a lot of people consider Bo Jackson the greatest athlete to have ever lived.
Right.
They both played football. And Bo played baseball, too. Yeah, I'd go football.
Yeah, I'd go football, too. But much like, it's not a player or a team or anything. I think of, like, the game day at Auburn.
Yeah.
Tiger Walk or Toomer's Corner. Those are the things that pop to mind. Texas A&M.
Football. Not that it's great, but
sadly, I think about the Yell leaders.
I do. I think about more the fan base.
I mean, that is the cheesiest thing in the SEC is those Yell leaders.
It really is.
So you think of it because it's cheesy or good?
I just think of them because that's the image that pops to
It
mind.
is so cringy, man. When they show them on TV and they're doing all those goofy hands.
But also this in the stands with that
Yeah.
12th man there. Georgia?
Football. That's easy. And they've won a baseball national championship, but
1990.
Yeah. And have been to Final Fours in basketball.
Yeah. Tennessee.
Football.
Yeah.
I mean, most of these are going to be football. Go ahead and do Kentucky.
South Carolina.
I think of football, which is weird because they're a better baseball program. Their 2 best programs are women's basketball and baseball.
Sadly, I think of Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah, I guess I think about that stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, they seem to have a really good fan base. I've been one time.
You think about that song.
I mean, Darius Rucker
Sandstorm.
Darius Rucker's a legit fan of theirs, though. I mean, it's not just an act. I mean, he goes to their games and stuff.
Kentucky is basketball.
Easy.
Oh, yeah.
Florida?
I went football.
Football.
Yeah. They've been good in all of it, though, to their credit.
Yep.
At one time or another.
I will do Missouri, though I don't really recognize them as in the league. Missouri.
Oof. I guess basketball, although they've never been to a Final Four.
I guess. I mean, that's their program, right?
I don't know what I think about when I think Missouri.
I
really don't think about them
I
much.
think I wish they were in the
Rocks.
Big 12.
I think about the Rocks. Vandy.
The smart school?
Yeah.
I thought of bowling.
Yeah,
I mean, they won the national championship bowling.
It's basketball, though, for me because of the arena they play in.
I would go baseball.
I mean,
or I might go football because it's so bad, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Their best programs are baseball and golf. So I don't know which one you want to pick.
Yeah, but I would go basketball. Pops to mind for me. Just very interesting.
Do Texas and Oklahoma.
Okay. Hey, we got to start factoring them in,
Yeah.
Brown. Way to go. Way to go. And by the way, if you're from Texas and Oklahoma, give us a thumbs up. If you hate Texas and Oklahoma, give us a thumbs up.
If you're alive,
Texas
breathing, give us a thumbs
baseball
up.
is really close, but I would go football for both.
I mean,
Texas,
Augie Garrido was a legendary coach, too. He was in that same class as Mike Martin and Ron Polk, but he won championships.
Yeah, Cal State Fullerton and Texas.
Yeah, so, I mean, that guy, Augie Garrido, though I've read some stories about him, he was tough to play for, man. Now, I think his players loved him, but it was tough love.
Did you see some of the clips?
Yeah, I mean, he would cuss you out in a heartbeat, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
Didn't think twice about it.
Of today's players.
No.
There have been a lot of portal movement.
Yeah, I don't think Augie Garrido can make it in today's game the way he treated players.
Gino's spot on. When I think of Texas, I think of the Red River Shootout and Fair Food. Oklahoma, Gino goes softball.
I just don't watch the softball. I mean, I know they're great in it. I still think football with Oklahoma.
Since we're an SEC show, I think we need to go to the Texas State Fair one year.
Go to the game or just
Why
the
not?
fair?
Yeah, well, I mean both.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Red River.
Are you a big fair guy? You
No,
ride to amusement
not
park
at all.
rides?
But I do want to try all that food.
I do too, yeah.
Oklahoma for me is that little wagon.
The Boomer Schooner?
Yeah.
Could you fit a family of four in there?
Whose family? I mean,
the Clumps.
I mean, it could not be the Clumps.
Who's the old boy you mentioned earlier from Game of Thrones, Rockstar, the little fella?
Peter Dinklage.
Peter Dinklage, his family,
Yeah.
yeah.
They easily could get in there. Same size horse.
By the way, when we get to the California recap, I've got a Dunaway coming up. I've got a Dunaway from the California recap and an apology.
And an apology.
Yeah, a lot coming up in that.
Michael says bring up Nutfest as well. We'll get to all that. We'll unpack it all in the next segment and get back to the sports headlines at the top of the hour. Show being brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. There's only one guy who doesn't mind getting on the roof when it feels like it's triple digits out there, and that is Greg Nelson, who owns the company. He owns it. It's only fair. He says, I'm going to get on the roof when it's 102 on a Thursday or Friday before anyone else in my company does, because he's that kind of guy. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. It's never too hot to get a free, no-cost, no-obligation roof inspection from Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. You can look him up there. What do you get with this free, no-cost roof inspection? Greg will get up on the roof. He'll check to see if you got any loose shingles, bent shingles that can cause future water damage. It's a major problem, but you can't see it from down on the ground. You got to be on the roof. He'll check for other places that you may have leaks near pipes and other fixtures up there. And you need to get it inspected every now and then. And he hopes when it all comes back around, you'll replace your roof with him as well. But a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook. It is Greg from Pell City, A+ rated, best warranties. Insurance companies trust him. He and his wife own the company. They are going to take care of you. 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Can't wait to get to Nashville. I was hinting yesterday, Brown, we haven't told everybody yet the way we're going to do things at SEC Media Days, but it's going to be a little different than last year. We're going to mix in a little bit of that first year flavor when we had the show. So we'll tell you more details when we get closer about our extra coverage we'll give you from coming up at SEC Media Days this year. Part of our show, before we break down Brownie's Trip, being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking for a great gift any season, whether it's wedding, anniversary, birthdays, graduations, anything, Bromberg's is the place.
Yeah, get in to the Mountain Brook and Summit locations and check out David Yurman's new collections inspired by the beauty of the natural world. David Yurman, founded in New York City by 2 artists, David the sculptor, his wife Sybil the painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son Evan continue to redefine American luxury jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today to find sculptural pieces from David Yurman's new collections. Again, both locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online, brombergs.com.
Remember to hydrate, especially with this heat coming up all over the Southeast, wherever you're watching us. Thumbs up and everything, but great highlights mixed in with a water, a little body armor light, the peach mango flavor right here, adding a little electrolytes back to my system after a round of golf yesterday with our friends at Bent Brook. They say hi to everybody. They love us out there.
Did you see Mickey out there?
Didn't see Mickey yesterday, no. Some new folks out there and just a wonderful ham and cheese sandwich I had.
Bent Brook does have really good food. You know, the late Bob Gambakurta, Drew's dad, and John Ed Willoughby, the late John Ed Willoughby, the Desert Fox, those guys used to play every weekend at Bent Brook. And I went down there and met them one time, but the lunch out there is really good.
Yeah, they especially made me a little ham and cheese. And in my head, I don't call it this. They wouldn't know this, but I think of it Lance style. I said, double up that mayonnaise for me.
I mean, really, a ham and cheese sandwich with just mayonnaise on white bread is fantastic.
And by the way, you see the little wink? I did a little brown wink to us. Double up that mayonnaise.
Color, sweetie.
Double up that mayonnaise.
I love my Tyler back there is saying, "Oh yeah, Rockstar, you need ham and cheese with mayonnaise."
I would, yeah, but I'm not the biggest ham fan.
You'd rather do turkey.
Yeah, I'd rather do turkey.
What do you
but
not like about ham? Is it texture?
I'm not a big ham fan. I just don't like that taste. But
I've
I
got
can tolerate it.
the point. I like ham at Thanksgiving better than turkey. It just flipped a couple of years ago. though.
Juicier.
By the way, white bread. It was white bread. The ham was cold. I didn't toast it or anything. The cheese was cold. And the mayonnaise obviously was cold and really refreshing because it was hot. And this was at the turn. Just a good little.
Yeah, I don't mind that. That tomato sandwich probably would have been
I
good.
love the tomato sandwich.
Katie Kirk was talking
Yeah,
about.
you missed it yesterday on the Katie Kirk newsletter. Click Katie's Beat the Summer Heat sandwich recipe. So I clicked on it, Brown. It was basically a tomato sandwich. All it had was a tomato, mayonnaise, white bread, salt, and pepper.
That is legitimately, I've eaten probably 7,000 of those in my lifetime.
I said, these New Yorkers, please, welcome to the South.
Yeah, really.
Tell us about your trip.
All right, so my daughter graduated high school, Anna Kate, and we gave her the option, hey, we'll do a big summer trip. It was originally supposed to have been 10 days, but she tried out for the South Alabama dance team. And unfortunately, the tryouts fell on the first weekend of where we had planned the trip, so we had to shorten it to 7 days. So we had to cram 10 days of activities into 7 days. She chose L.A. I don't know why. She's always wanted to go out there. There's a photo of us. If you're watching on video, my family in front of the Hollywood sign, the famous Hollywood sign. There's Jennifer and Anna Kate on Rodeo Drive. More on that in a moment. Doing a little shopping on Rodeo Drive. Didn't burn the plastic too bad, thank God. You could. There's us at the Dodgers game. Saw the Astros balk in the game-winning run, Lance.
Yeah.
For the Dodgers.
Don't see that a lot.
Were you still there?
Yeah, I stayed for the whole game. There's Anna Kate, my daughter, in front of the Dolly Parton. She's a big Dolly Parton fan, and the Hollywood Star, Dolly Parton, there on the Hollywood Stars. The Walk of Fame, I think they call it. There's my youngest, Hallie, in front of, we went to an art museum. And that's at the art museum, a balloon animal that is massive.
Well, she's
not
getting
actual
old
balloons.
quick.
She is, yeah. About to be a fourth grader, Jimmy. So we had a fun trip, really fun trip.
Do you like L.A., though?
I very much like L.A. I do. I like kind of the energy out there. The weather, guys. I know people talk about it all the time. Is incredible.
The weather's great. I just
I like the energy.
Just don't like it.
Could not live out there.
Yeah, go
Could not
full
live out
circle.
there.
Thank you, Lewis and Clark and I've already forgotten.
Santa Carusa.
Yes.
Yep.
For getting us out there to the West Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful to the explorers that got to the Rocky Mountains and didn't say, this place looks fine right here. We're not going over those mountains. They went on over and they found L.A. I like L.A., Lance. If I lived out there, and I could never live out there, but if I did, I'd live in the San Fernando Valley, Burbank, and that area over there.
Yeah, the traffic is just,
It's
you
just
can't overstate how bad the traffic is.
You can't overstate how good the weather is and how bad the traffic is.
Yep.
And, I mean, it is all hours of the day. Like after the Dodgers game, we went to the original In-N-Out Burger. Coming back we stayed in Marina Del Rey.
Where is the original?
It's in Covina.
Okay.
You know where Covina is?
Yeah.
So
It's right off the 5?
It's right off the 605.
The 605.
And what?
By Staples Center?
Nowhere close.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just name it somewhere I know.
Yeah, I know. We were coming back, and that was after a Dodgers game. We drove to that, and driving back to Marina Del Rey, where we stayed, probably 10:30 at night, Saturday night, bumper to bumper traffic the whole way. I'm like, it just never relents. It doesn't. The weather never got out of the 70s, cool breeze, no humidity. It was incredible. Like even at nights, the girls had to put jackets and pullovers on. They were cold, sweatshirts on. I loved it. It was a great trip. We went to the Warner Brothers Studio, Universal's park, the theme park there.
You saw where I worked.
You worked at Universal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which ride?
Studio City? No, at the Jurassic Park ride. Is it still there?
Yeah, it's a water.
Yeah.
Is that the water ride?
Yeah.
All right, it's in Nintendo. It's in Super Mario World now. So did they have the escalators down to the lower level?
Yeah.
They already had that, huh?
Yep, they sure did.
I thought they built that recently.
It's not like he was working there in the 40s.
Well, it was 96.
Yeah, I thought those were pretty new, honestly.
I mean, hell, that's been, what is that, 30 years?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. I mean,
But they built it on the side of a mountain, basically. So for the lower lot, they've got to have a series of escalators.
I can't believe they still got that ride. So I was, when you came out, that final plunge.
Yeah.
That's when we take the picture. I was working for Amazing Pictures.
Yeah, and that's where you worked. Huh?
Yeah,
How about
we'd
that?
sell the pictures.
I'd have
yeah.
told the family we didn't ride that ride. Too cold.
Yeah, don't blame you.
Yeah, I'm not a big Splash Mountain ride guy. That's not my favorite kind of ride.
Oh, I love it.
So we did all that. We did the Dodgers game. Buster was at the Dodgers game. Got to meet him for the first time ever.
We showed the picture, I think.
Yeah, and people asked on social media and all. And let me say, there's a great Scott with the quick Buster and me photo right before the Dodgers-Astros game Saturday. People ask, as nice in person as he seems, even nicer, actually. And I told you guys that on the text. As nice a guy as you could imagine and then some. Was he and I had texted back and forth, and I texted him the section. When we got to our section, he was just standing in the section waiting on me, just out in the public, people coming up, talking to him, and getting their photo with him, and was standing there waiting on him. Just
you know what's crazy? Hey, pull
nice
that
guy.
photo again real quick, Scott. When I first saw this flash, I was like, what is Russ doing out there with
God, yeah, from a distance, you're right. Our attorney, Russ Campbell.
Our agent?
Yeah, our agent, Russ Campbell, one of our agents, he and Patrick Strong. Yeah, that's from a distance, you're right about that. The flight out was terrible.
More than our agent and lawyer. He's our friend.
Oh, he's a great friend. He's a guy.
Russ and Patrick are our friends.
As I've said before, without those two guys, this platform does not exist.
Does not exist. Yep.
The flight out and flight back were the worst two parts. Just air travel is crazy. So my Dunaway.
Can you go In-N-Out Burger first?
Yeah, I'll
you
go
did touch on that.
Because that's the apology. I owe an apology to In-N-Out Burger. Let me clarify my stance on In-N-Out Burger, okay? Because I had it twice out there, Lance. Oh, best part of the trip, Reagan Museum. I like the presidential. I've been to 2 presidential museums. I like the concept of that, just it's history of the president. If you get a chance to go to the Reagan Museum in Simi Valley, do it. The piece of land it is on is one of the most incredible views you'll ever see.
I was going to say, I've always heard about the view.
Jim, I can't put it into words. Just incredible.
What is the view of?
The Simi Valley. I mean, you see from all right. So there's his Air Force One is housed there because they
retired it.
They retired it. And you walk in this room and there's this massive wall of glass. I don't know how big.
Do you get to go into the Air Force One?
Yeah, you go in. Now it's old school. It's old Air Force One. But when you walk in that room, not Air Force One, but the view beyond Air Force One takes your breath away. And it makes Air Force One look so small.
Does it go all the way to the mountains or to the ocean?
Well, you can't see the ocean from there.
Yeah.
You're well inland.
Okay.
But it's just a mountain on mountain on mountain on mountain.
Yeah,
it's just incredible.
Yeah.
How far is that drive?
From where?
Where were you guys staying in L.A.?
Just say Dothan.
Boston.
We were in Marina Del Rey. It was about an hour and a half, hour 40. Yeah. We went to Malibu first.
You should always answer. It depends on traffic.
Yeah, I know. It really does.
Hey, Malibu is, if you're claustrophobic, I mean.
Yeah.
Did you guys go to Pepperdine?
We went to Pepperdine, which that view, that campus, man. I mean, like it's not.
But I feel like I'm going to fall down the hill.
It's not a classically beautiful campus. The views from the campus are unmatched. You can't. There's not a campus in the world that can be prettier than that.
Now imagine if you had SEC football, SEC co-eds, and that view.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, we went there and then to Malibu and then went up. From there, it's about 45 minutes to put in or 30 to 45 minutes there. All right, so In-N-Out. Here's my apology. In-N-Out is a really good burger. Okay, my stance on In-N-Out, I think I have done a poor job of communicating my stance on In-N-Out. It's not their fault. People treat it like it's the end all be all. It's not. It's a really good burger. If In-N-Out were in Birmingham, I'd probably eat it once a month, right? What I like about In-N-Out, and here's where I fell short on the In-N-Out experience in years past, Lance. I want to apologize to you on this. Their service is impeccable. Their workforce is crazy. I mean, those restaurants are full of workers. And, buddy, they are busting their butt. They're
very efficient.
They're efficient. They're kind. They get your order. They get it right.
Every location is crowded, though.
Yeah, it is packed. And we went to the original one, which they've rebuilt it since. But it's cool. Next door, they have what's called In-N-Out University, which is their training facility. And they've built it around the original one. So you can look in and see some parts of the original In-N-Out in Covina there.
But is that where they send all their future employees?
I guess so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and their distribution facility's right around the corner.
But in fairness, the two I had gone to before, the first time with you and the one in Las Vegas, was not as well run as the one I went to in Scottsdale. And that was my takeaway. I came back and said, different opinion now.
So I went to 2 when I was out there. After the Dodgers game, we were sitting in that famous Dodgers traffic, which is not as bad as I feared, but we were trying to get back out on the freeway. And Anna Kate said, you know what I want right now? And I said, In-N-Out Burger. She goes, how did you know? And then Jennifer got on the phone. She's like, well, I told Jennifer, I said, the ones around Dodger Stadium, probably not the ones we want. I said, find a good one. And so she found the original. It was like extra 20 minutes to get there. So I apologize to In-N-Out. Really, really good. Now, my two Dunaways.
Two Dunaways.
Two
now.
Dunaways.
We've doubled in the Dunaway experiences.
So we did one of the touristy tours where you see the stars' homes, right? A guy named Mark Morrow. If you're ever out there, this guy's a really good tour guide. I would be more than happy to share his info. He downloaded the app. We talked a lot of sports, big Rams fan. Downloaded the app, and I don't know if he's ever going to listen to the show, but he showed me he downloaded the app, pulled up our YouTube. Mark Morrow is his name. Legends of Hollywood Tours. I got his cell phone right here. Seriously, if you're ever out there, reach out to me. I'll be happy to connect you with him.
So he
He's
did
a really nice guy.
personal tour just for you and the family.
Well, it turned out that way. He didn't plan it that way, but nobody else bought a ticket. So, yeah, it was just the four of us. So we did the Hollywood tour, and he was great. Gave us a lot, right? One surprising thing to me, how relatively small some of these celebrities' homes are. Dunaway. I mean, seriously, and
we don't know how good we got it.
I understand there's not a lot of real estate out there.
That's the difference. Like I was telling Jennifer, like big homes here, you got a lot of road frontage, right? You ride by it. There's no road frontage there. It's a little small slice, and it's a real narrow piece of property.
Even going through Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
I mean, those houses are tight.
Yeah.
And you see some houses around here that you could get for maybe $600,000-700,000.
Yeah.
They'd be $4 or $5 million.
Yeah.
Out there.
Yeah.
I
Like
mean,
if you just
it's
picked up
wild.
Mountain Brook and moved it out there.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yeah, it's wild. The other Dunaway, Rodeo Drive, very underwhelming.
It's very short too.
Very short.
It's basically an alley.
Very short, very narrow. I thought it'd be much bigger, Rockstar, and I thought it was more than like 2 blocks. Very underwhelming, Rodeo Drive. Very underwhelming. I really expected more out of Rodeo.
Because
Now-
the first time I went, I was like, the person I was with was like, let's walk Rodeo Drive. Let's walk down Rodeo Drive. And I was like, oh, I don't want to, I was thinking in my head, I don't want to walk too far down. I've got to get back to my car. But I didn't know it was basically.
It's 2 blocks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we're already back.
I've been to LA a couple of times, but I've never done. So the photo that Jennifer, I think I can't remember what that's called. That's like the second part of Rodeo Drive that kind of goes up the hill. I liked it better than the actual Rodeo Drive. That's where my wife and daughter are photoed right there if you're watching on video.
Yeah. By the way, the summit's bigger.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rodeo Drive, I mean, overrun with pretentious douche nozzles to begin with. That's number one. Number two, just much, much smaller than I thought.
Wow. There you go.
I mean, I Dunaway right there. And I even told Jennifer, I was like, I'm going to Dunaway real quick. She goes, what do you mean? I said, I expected a lot more out of Rodeo Drive. And she's like, boy, that isn't Dunaway.
What about Dodger Stadium?
Love Dodger Stadium. Fantastic place to watch a game. Don't care about Hallie's first baseball game ever. And by the end of the game, she was doing the "Let's go Dodgers" because it was a comeback for the Dodgers. And then
we picked up a Dodger fan.
I think you picked up a Dodger fan. She probably never watch a game again, but right now she's a Dodgers fan.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be exciting. Chance to win a championship as opposed to her football team.
I take it you did not creep out to the pavilion.
We did not go to the pavilion, but watching from a distance, as Scott is showing you the photo, you can see our seats were right behind the Astros dugout up on the mid-level there. Not right behind, but behind it. And you could see the pavilion pretty well, and you could see some of the activity out there. And it's pretty wild in the pavilion. I was explaining to my family that that's where an interesting element hangs out.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting element.
Yeah.
But, hey, 10 out of 10, man, on this trip. Thank you for giving me some time on it. 10 out of 10.
Time off or the time?
No, the time to talk about it.
Okay, I was about to say I'm not in charge of vacation.
No, I know you're not. Dodger Stadium, though, even if you're not a Dodgers fan, that's a must go. It's a cathedral, right?
I know, but I always thought it was a little overrated.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
And I think it's more because I sat in the pavilion one time.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting the nicest stadium in the world because I know it's the third oldest ballpark in use. Right. So I wasn't expecting it to be like super nice and new. I was expecting it to kind of be an old ballpark, and that's what you get.
Yeah.
The setting is tremendous.
Oh, yeah.
I also never realized until
up
recently.
top to down low.
Yeah.
I mean, you can park up here.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a valley that it drops into.
I also never realized how close to downtown it actually is. When you see when you see on TV, it seems like it's out in the middle of nowhere, but it's very close to downtown.
But it's very well hidden.
It is. Like you can't tell where it is.
Oh, you go through a neighborhood. It's kind of like when we went to the Rose Bowl when you go through Pasadena.
And then boom, you're there. You're at Dodger Stadium.
Yep.
I
I couldn't find it.
No.
I couldn't find it one time when I was out there. We were like trying to go from the Chinese theater place.
Yeah, Man's Chinese.
Yeah, to get to Dodger Stadium. And I was like, where the hell is it? It's
Yeah,
got to
it's
be close
hidden.
by. I see the sign.
Yeah, they built it in a hole.
Did Landmine Believers asking, did you get a Dodger dog?
Got a Dodger dog.
Is it still Farmer John's?
No, they've gone away from Farmer John's.
That's a problem.
Little overrated on the Dodger dog, got to say, if I want to rate things. I was asked, did I hear I Love L.A.? We stayed for the end of the game. I heard Randy Newman, I Love L.A. The Dodgers won. So, yeah, it was a perfect trip. I mean, I can't complain about anything other than the
You go by SoFi?
flight. We flew over it, and I don't think I drove by it.
There's no reason to go out there unless you're going to a game or an event.
That is Brown's trip out west. Glad to have him back. We'll jump back into a couple of things going on in sports and get closer and closer to trash, which is coming up at 11:30. And Buster Olney will probably have a Brown story, too, coming up at 12 noon. All that straight ahead on the show. That's being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, getting that cooling check before the heat gets here. It's a good thing to do. Go ahead and give them a call.
Yeah, summer weather is here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team could service all makes and models. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rolling on into a new hour of the show now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Tyler, Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor. We're all here again today and enjoying a countdown to college football, 60 days away. We'll talk a little basketball in just a second. Anybody seen Javon Quinterly yet? Is that official yet anywhere?
I've not seen it.
Where he's going or that he left?
Yeah, where he's going. No,
yeah, we
it's
know
official.
he
He
left.
left.
He
I mean,
left,
saw
yeah.
that. Yeah, man. Aaron Suttles yesterday.
Right,
Man, mumble. Is it Memphis? Is it Miami? Where's he going to end up? Everybody seems to be saying Memphis, right?
Yeah. I think there have been a lot of suggestions, right?
Big land for Calipari, though.
Yeah, well, I'll get to that in just a second. But, people are like, Quinterly was tampered with, blah, 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 blah. Probably leaving for NIL, blah, 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 blah. Well, sometimes you don't even hide things. You don't even have to be a great star. Take Denver Bryant. I don't expect you guys to know who it is, but she's a softball player at Auburn. She tweets this out. She has transferred from Auburn to South Carolina. Her tweet says, business is business.
In softball, by the way.
Hey, business is business. That's the world we're in.
No, it is.
It is. But can I say, too, and I used to say this, I don't get a whole lot right, but I do think I'm right on this one. When everybody was belly aching over NIL, it's all this is only going to be good for the starting quarterback at the big schools. I'm like, no, you're crazy. It's only limited by how much you limit it.
That's right.
Now,
Montana Fouts has not, to my knowledge, I have not seen her in a swimsuit or showing, wearing a thong. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm a big fan of the thong and the swimsuit.
Well, like the Cavender twins.
Yeah, but the Cavender twins, they sex it up a bit.
They were one of them didn't even start, I don't think. They were mid-tier program women's basketball players and made millions.
And she has made a ton.
Yeah,
Montana has
this
doing
LSU
this.
girl that's on the
Libby
gymnastics team, she doesn't even start.
Yeah, and she's made more than any of them.
She's made more than any of them. That's what I used to always say. Y'all are crazy if you think this is only going to be limited to the college football starting quarterbacks.
She made $3 million last year, Libby Duns, who you are talking about at LSU. And last week we showed that she was the new spokesperson for the Motorola flip phone.
Yeah.
And she's
that's
already
a new deal on top of her $3 million deal.
And she's got Viore. She's doing a lot of different things. So you've either got to be really good or you've got to look really good.
That helps, but I don't think that's. I think if
you think if Livy Dunn looked like a normal,
she couldn't do it that way. No, she couldn't sex it up, but it doesn't limit her ability to make money because you make that much. No, but my point always was,
but she wouldn't make $1 because she's not even competing.
No, she could. She could put on camps. Again, she'd have to work harder.
Yeah.
But my point is, you're only limited by how much you limit yourself, and I think that's proof of it. This is a girls softball player at a school. I don't even know if South Carolina, is their program any good at all? Scott, is South Carolina softball any good at all?
They're decent.
Yeah.
The entire SEC made the tournament. So
13,
except for Vanderbilt, who doesn't even have a program.
Right. 13 of 13 that play. Vandy doesn't. All made the NCAA tournament. Yeah, add Texas and Oklahoma, and it'll probably be 15 or 15.
Yeah.
Chase says, I'm fine with athletes doing what they want to do, but I'm also tired of people pretending like we should unconditionally support players who leave our team. I don't think you have to unconditionally support anybody who leaves your team.
No, you don't. It's a business now. She's right. Business is business. You treat it like so. Todd Gurley is a good example. You didn't like him when he was on your team.
No, I liked him for a while.
But it's different.
He tapped out.
Yeah, it's different in pro sports, right? When a guy leaves your team and goes and does it somewhere else, generally you're like, I liked him then, but I never liked Ryan Tannehill as the Dolphins quarterback. I sure didn't like him as the Titans quarterback.
Right. I would say this. I don't know if you're talking about Javon Quinterly, for example, but let's use Quinterly as an example. I think you don't have to cheer for him at his next stop, but you got to appreciate what Quinterly was able to do for you when he was at Alabama. Alabama's not a 1 seed last year. When it's all said and done, they may not win the SEC tournament or the SEC regular season championship if Quinterly doesn't start filling in the cracks near the end of the season, because that team wasn't the same at the end as it was in January. So you can be appreciative of what Quinterly did for you when he was there. And you don't have to cheer for him if he's wearing a Memphis uniform or anything like that, but don't diss the guy for the years he did for you.
I think this is another example of hypocrisy. Like, you think that guy's a traitor for leaving, but you'll welcome a really good transfer portal guy. Now, one of the few people that I've seen a fan base cheer for once they left was Jalen Hurts.
I was about to say that. Jalen Hurts.
Only a few examples out there.
Because you felt like you kept the better one.
You got better at quarterback when he left. Now, Hurts was really good at Oklahoma, obviously, but the day he left, you were better at quarterback. And Jalen, to his credit, was never an issue. When his number was called in the SEC championship game, he played his tail off and helped you win a championship. So nobody could have handled it better than Hurts did.
And Quinterly has done that in Tuscaloosa, by the way. Every time he's gone from starter to not starter, played the six-man role off the bench. He's had 2 senior days. I mean, I don't know what more he could give to Alabama.
That's true.
Yeah, except, getting him past the Sweet 16. But he's done a lot. But that doesn't mean you have to cheer for him at Memphis.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. I don't know why you would want it to be personal. I mean, if he conducts himself properly, I hate to say it that way. I mean, if he handles it well going out the door, and he seemed to on that release, I don't know if you guys thought that statement.
Yeah, Michael's right. A lot of you guys didn't cheer for Quinterly when he was in Tuscaloosa.
That's true.
More arguments I've had about Alabama basketball about Quinterly than just about anything else. MyBookie brings you part of the show, mybookie.ag, Brownie.
Yeah, don't forget code next round and sign up at mybookie.ag, and you get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. You can start playing right away. You play, you win, they pay. It is that easy at mybookie.ag. You play, you play, you win, they pay.
Yeah.
It's coming off vacation. Sorry about that.
Oh, I had to read it for 6 shows and stumbled every time.
It's easier to say if you say it the right way. You bet, you win, they pay. That makes it easier. You bet, you win, they pay. It is that easy at mybookie.ag. Code next round to sign up. Get that sign-on bonus. Plenty of Major League Baseball still going. Futures in the NFL and college football. The British Open coming up. If you want to play some golf in the month of July, you can play that right there, mybookie.ag, code next round. It is quite simple. You bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round at sign up for that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag. They bring you Buster Olney each week. He's with us in less than an hour.
Trey Mitchell, who left West Virginia, is going to be at Kentucky. 6'9" forward. And he joins Antonio Reeves, who comes back from the draft to be the veterans with 7 freshmen on that Kentucky team. And folks who cover college basketball thinks this was a huge get for Calipari and this Kentucky team that makes them a contender for the SEC championship.
Well, look, this is a big 6'9". He started 32 games for the Mountaineers. He averaged almost 12 and 6. So, again, it's not just about production and getting another frontline player. It's also about experience. We talked about yesterday the new norm is guys playing at 3 different schools. Trey Mitchell's played at 4 different schools.
I was going to see if you brought that up because he was at UMass, Texas, West Virginia, and now Kentucky.
Yeah. I mean, that's all over the place. I look back in retrospect, and I think a fun thing to do if you had a ton of money would be to go to a school, like stretch out your college career for 8 years and do 4 schools for 2 years each. This guy's kind of doing it.
Yeah, he's sort of doing it on somebody else's dime.
8 years seems excessive. But yes. I mean, this West Virginia program, because that Joe Toussaint kid is visiting Alabama, the point guard.
That's right. And there's another 3 other guys are in the portal.
I don't know what they're going to have left.
Well, while you were gone, Andy Kennedy was the player's favorite to get that job.
I still don't know if I believe that
according
story.
to a report, a brief moment, we all were speculating that maybe Huggins had told them Andy's would keep the staff together. He's a lot like me. He used to work with me. But Andy was mentioned for that job, and, he recommitted to UAB, vowing how much he loves the South Side. But they went to a different direction that apparently the players are not happy with.
Well, and this is confusing because if Bob Huggins gave the endorsement to Andy, this Josh Eilert, who is the interim coach, who's going to get $1.5 million for the next 10 months, he's been his bench coach for 17 years.
Yeah, but not enough. They don't like him enough to be hanging around, though. I wonder if Andy had taken it, if they would have, if they would have still departed.
I don't know. And this may have played in Andy's thinking is if you're this Josh Eilert guy, what do you do right now? Like you've lost everybody to not everybody, but you've lost a lot of guys to the portal. How do you rebuild that?
Well, Kirk Chris is coming back. That was the kid from Arizona that had transferred in and said he was going to leave after Huggins resigned, but he's decided to stay. That's big.
Ireland made a great deal immediately. He posted, 1 year, the interim tag didn't bother him. This one's for Hugs, which was a great thing for him to do. I thought it was going to work, but it didn't work. He's losing the players. I thought if you just sold it, I'm an interim coach for 1 year. Let's all do this together, all stick together 1 year for hugs. And then we all go our separate ways.
Yeah. See, that's my point with why Andy might not have wanted the job is because there's going to be a process in hiring you. They're not going to hire overnight, right? And look what happens in that process. I mean, you got scavengers picking the bones of your program right now. And if Andy got the job, say 2 weeks, 2 weeks would be fast to hire a guy like that away from UAB. 2 weeks after Huggins got fired, Andy gets the job. I mean, how does he re-recruit Toussaint back in? He's not going to get the kid back from Kentucky.
No, Trey Mitchell's gone.
Trey Mitchell's gone.
And
You're
the
not gonna
report
get him
is
back.
that Trey Mitchell might have stayed if he knew that Eilert was going to be the guy. I seriously doubt it. If you have a chance to go to Kentucky, and I think that's what's going on here, is, we committed to play for Bob Huggins, but now we've got an opportunity to transfer out.
Yeah, and by the way, Kentucky is not the only program that has at least one open scholarship right now. There are 7 teams in preseason top 25s that still have open scholarships right now.
Yeah, Alabama's down to 10 after the Quinterly departure.
So Alabama would be one of those that you could just look at and go, okay, there are open spots even at top 25 programs.
Yeah, it's wild.
And still over 500 people in the portal. So it is a mess out there. That's one basketball thing. Another thing is we got I don't know if any of you paid attention, but we don't know yet what the matchups are going to be, but the new SEC ACC basketball challenge starts this upcoming year. The SEC Big 12 challenge is done. SEC ACC.
This one interests me far more than the Big 12 one ever did.
Me too. So we don't know the matchups yet, but we do know who the conference matchups are for the upcoming year. It was announced yesterday. This is Alabama's home and away. Alabama at home gets Arkansas and Auburn, Florida, LSU, Mississippi State, Missouri, South Carolina, Tennessee, and A&M. Road games feature a trip to Auburn, of course, a trip to Florida, which is projected as a tournament team, a trip to Kentucky, a trip to Mississippi State, and a trip to Tennessee. Challenging road schedule. For Auburn, they have Alabama, Kentucky among their home games. Texas A&M, which is a tournament-like team at home as well. On the road, they go to Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, all projected tournament teams, Mississippi State, Tennessee, Vandy, and Missouri in that mix as well. Tough-looking road schedule for me, but some folks, I didn't write down the guy's name who did this, by using power ratings out there on the projected roster. He says Auburn, and these are supposed to be balanced schedule, but he says Auburn, it's Will Warren, thank you for putting that up, stats by Will. Quick run-through produces the following numbers for how often each team plays the conference's projected top 7 teams in the Torvik ratings. That's what NASA uses, the Torvik ratings.
God, it's to the moon, Jim.
Vanderbilt has the toughest schedule, playing 11 of the top 7, 5 of those on the road. Auburn plays 7 of the top 7, 4 of those on the road. Everyone else sort of falls into the 10, 9, or 8 category. So the extremes there using the Torvik method. So if you're an Auburn fan, about as good of a conference schedule as you could get.
Well, they get the toughest one in football almost every year. So if they get a break in basketball.
So take that.
This is almost becoming like the NFL. When you see the schedule release and this team has the easiest schedule, you don't know what teams are going to be year to year because of free agency and injuries. And now with the portal,
that's right.
Again, there's 500 guys out there. There's teams that still have scholarships available. So don't know how accurate that's going to be.
For instance, not this past season, but the season before, the Alabama team they were an okay SEC team, right? If you got them, you're like, yeah, that's okay. You get one player there like Brandon Miller, they became a dominant at times SEC team last year.
That's right.
So who knows?
That's SEC basketball in the news there. By the way, our buddy Justin Hokanson, Auburn Live on 3 Sports with a new one-on-one set down with Bruce Pearl. He actually did the interview last week right before he joined our show. But we didn't get into what he talked about, so we could save it for today. If you are a follower of them, Auburn Live on 3 Sports, it is up today, one-on-one with Bruce Pearl, talking about NIL, the changing rosters, and everything going on with Auburn basketball. That is out there today. Buster is coming up a little bit later on. We will get to trash in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. C. Stew, ready to roll and get those gutters corrected for you one last time, cleaned and then capped.
Yeah, I had a chance to see our good friend C-Stu this past weekend. Very excited about LSU winning that national championship. Cap it, don't snap it. The dirty, dangerous job of cleaning the gutters. Nobody wants to do it. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, keep the gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is Gutter Cap, back with a lifetime warranty, 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
One person is calling hypocrisy that gets us to trash on the other side. Stay with us on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Our friends at Champy's Chicken, they bring you this hour of the show all the time. Champy's Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling, wonderful guy. You see his picture bounce around occasionally. Several pictures with him. A lot of our listeners and viewers go by there and try Champy's out for the first time and love it. My buddy, I didn't send you the pictures. I'll send them for tomorrow. My buddy John Willard and his wife Lauren Sisler Willard, expecting their first baby. They could be in the delivery room right now. That's how close we are. But yesterday, they went by Champy's Chicken for lunch. She was craving a little southern fried chicken. They hear us talk about it, and boom, there they are, enjoying a nice Mississippi Delta recipe tamale, the southern fried chicken, piping hot, cooked to order, just delicious. They gave it 2 thumbs up right there. All right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, hand-cut chicken fingers and so much more. Check them out, champyschecken.com. The bananas Savannah Bananas were in town, sold out Regions Field the other night.
Well, I got hit up for tickets to that thing. Yeah, those tickets were tight.
It's really, really a good event. A lot of kids go to it. And, at one point there's two men who rip off their Bananas jerseys and they're dancing around, showing off their physiques, their muscular abs and muscles and all the stuff that goes with that. Paige Spironic, am I saying her name right? Spironic?
I think it's Spironic. I don't know. I know who she is, but I've never.
Is she an actual golfer?
Well, I mean, I think she plays the game, but do you mean like
was she ever on the Golf Channel or something?
I don't think so.
No, I've just seen her it's more of the Livy Dunn situation, it looks like.
So she sends this out.
I think that's an accurate representation.
She sends this out. Interesting how different the reaction is online when men choose to show off their bodies. Here's the Bananas dancing. Not one comment on this video calling them attention whores or sluts. Just a ton of women saying baseball is now their favorite sport, but those same women harshly judge me. The hypocrisy, LOL. If you're not familiar with Paige, here's a little bit from her pages of Instagram that Forrester will pull up for us here.
But she is right. The same women that will go see Magic Mike will dog out a girl like Paige for posing like this.
100%. So Paige, this one says, big announcement. You've been asking, am I a golfer or a stripper? Today we find out. Click the link in YouTube video for views right there. She's dressed like that. My favorite one of all, I don't know how many you have, Forrester, but my favorite one at all.
Jeez.
Hey, do you follow her on Instagram?
I do not.
Yeah.
Show prep.
That's an upset.
But my favorite one at all involves Ricky Fowler. She says, I'll do a boob reveal when Ricky Fowler wins a major.
Boy, she was sweating out that U.S.
was
Open.
Sweating Sunday, wasn't she?
It's interesting there. Hypocrisy, she says. That men can dance around with their shirts off.
There's an element of that. Like I think I've mentioned it on the show before. Like I remember the 50 Shades of Grey. Was that the name of the movie? 50 Shades of Grey.
Well, the book, that one summer before the movie came out, like a year or 2 years
and
later.
all the news stories about these giddy women waiting in line to see the movie and the book and all that. And I'm like, all I ask you to do, reverse everything. Just reverse it on general, and you tell me how that story plays.
Oh, if we all were laying at the pool, and I'm telling you, every other woman that summer at the pool or the beach was reading that book. If that was us.
That's all I said was just reverse the gender roles, and you tell me how that story plays.
What's the reverse color of gray? 50 Shades of...
50 Shades of Red.
50 Shades of Red.
And it's a bunch of men lined up to see it, and it's about basically sex. I mean, people would say, I cannot believe. I mean, it would be an outcry.
Not in my America.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Red for me would have been Alabama's football history, their national championship seasons or something. Just interesting from Paige there. Spironic, I don't really know her last name.
She didn't play college golf. She tried to qualify for the LPGA and failed. So very Livy Dunn-like, I think. No. I think Lance has nailed it right there.
Right now it is trash time. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
That didn't upset me. But the bitch-ass hoe
Sorry.
that told me to calm down, what I'd like you to do is apologize instead of being a bitch.
You're calling me sorry, but you're calling me a bitch. So set an example.
I'm sorry. My kids can't hear me calling you a bitch.
Your window's open.
They can't hear me because they're listening to Kids Spot.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I got to stop this. Lunsford said Livy was an All-American. Is this high school, I guess?
That was high school, I think.
I thought she was an All-American at her...
She was an All-American in 2021 at LSU.
Yeah,
well, I thought she didn't even start.
Yeah. She's been injured this year, I think.
Oh, that explains
well,
it.
I take that back. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I thought
apologies.
she was a pretty big star, but I did not want to question.
Yeah,
well, I know
y'all's
nothing
knowledge.
about women's gymnastics.
Well, I did not know yes or no, but I thought she was fairly good at what she does.
Yeah.
I'll retract everything I've said.
Can you send her an apology on
I
her
think
behalf?
she looks great, though. Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Would you guys like to have a genie bottle with 3 wishes?
Oh, yeah. I'd like that.
I mean, but there would be tough wishes.
They would be.
I want to hear Dunaway. Just give me your first wish.
World peace. Are we going on the rule that you can't wish for a million more wishes? We can't do that.
Yeah, you can't give another wish.
You only get 3 wishes.
You can't wish for being immortal.
Well, you got my first 2.
I mean, everybody's first wish is like $1 billion, right? You never have to work again.
Well, I'm gonna
financially secure.
My first one would be secure me financially,
right?
And so I can secure my loved ones financially, and you guys. We discussed this one.
Yeah, why don't you just say, hey, give me $1 billion?
$1 billion.
That would do $1 billion.
And none of the bad side effects that go with it.
Yeah. Well, then that would be a second wish.
Well, it's probably worth it at that point.
And then I'm down to a third one. Do I?
Well, yeah, but you've also got $1 billion and no bad side effects.
See, I think I would always go, I'm going to pocket that third one until I need it.
Yeah, can I carry it with me, Lance?
There's no time limit, so I'd go 2, and I'd have to pocket the third one.
Like if somebody's got a gun in my face and I can say, boy, I wish that gun were unloaded. There we go. I've saved my life. I'm out of wishes, but I'm alive.
It'd be nice to go, give me $1 billion. Nobody outside of me knows I have $1 billion. And then my immediate family lives a healthy life for the next 50 years at least.
Yeah. Because I was thinking about this Sunday night or early Monday morning, as it turned out, at Hartsfield Jackson Airport. We discussed it coming back from Indianapolis. I don't know if you were awake, but we were talking about like when teleportation finally becomes a thing in Rockstar. I guarantee you, like do you remember early in the cell phone where you only got certain minutes? You could only make 25 minutes of calls.
That's why Mel Brooks teleported and his ass was on the wrong side on Spaceballs.
That's right. I think when teleportation starts, you're only going to get so many miles per year. I can only teleport 500 miles per year initially. It'll be unlimited at some point. And I was discussing with you, like, we're early January. In a heartbeat, I'd teleport back to Birmingham, but I'd burn up all my miles.
Yeah, 400 miles. Boom, I'm back.
No, but somebody was just saying in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room how bad the traffic was, I think, north of Montgomery coming back on 65.
Yeah, you teleport right there.
But yeah, see, I would do that because you're only taking up, what?
That's 150 miles or something like that, yeah.
If that.
Yeah, but you only get to do that 3 times if 500 is the limit.
Okay, so anyway, back to the genie. Forget about trying to find a genie in the bottle. You can actually have your own magical cat that will grant all your wishes for $127,000.
I don't like cats.
Barbara Eden and Christina Aguilera were better looking genies.
I would agree. Yeah. I would agree. Russian woman recently posted a classified ad. Didn't know people still did that. Asking people to pay a small fortune for her pet cat, a Scottish fold named Vincent.
Why does it have no ears?
I think that's a Scottish fold. I think the ears are folded.
It looks like a bulldog.
The woman known only as Alina told Russian journalists that she discovered her cat's wish-granting powers by accident, but has since tested its effectiveness 3 times. She now wants to share its magic with others, but is asking for a considerable fee as a reward for the kindness.
Yeah.
The woman.
There's your catch, LT. If this cat granted wishes, she wouldn't need money. She would be donating this.
Trust me. The woman claims that the cat was responsible for getting 2 apartments and a car simply by asking the cat to grant her wish.
Yeah, I'm slow. I'm gonna do something low ball. Give me an apartment.
Yes.
I just want an apartment.
Still in Russia.
Yes.
No problem. She's Russian, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think if I'm Russian, wish one is I want to move to the United States, or the Maldives or somewhere.
What would you guys
ain't Russia.
Bid on this cat? I mean, if she gave me again $10,000 to let the cat live with me for a year, I don't know if I'd do it.
Well, one would be I wish I didn't have a cat.
Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden you burn the other 2 wishes.
I'm down to 2 wishes
because I've wished this cat away.
All right.
It'd be funny though if they had an SNL in Moscow, and they had the person who's impersonating Putin, and she's sitting with a cat, petting it, and she's like,
keeps
looking to see if he's still there.
A cat with a Santa hat too.
Yeah.
Is that on an ironing board?
Laying on an ironing board. That's what jumped out at me.
Nothing says redneck when you use the ironing board as a table or mantle.
That's the glamour shot for Vincent there. Okay, Emma Watson likely wasn't expecting to be the center of the latest viral dress discourse, but when she posted an Instagram photo of herself wearing a sky blue Louvre number on Monday,
I like it.
Many internet commentators seemed nearly as confused by the gravity-defying silhouette as they were by the infamous white and gold or black and blue dress 8 years ago.
Gravity.
It looks like a tent upside down.
It really looks photoshopped on her, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a bed sheet where you tucked it
It
really
looks
well.
like Emma forgot to put clothes on, and they wanted to release this photo, so they're like, "Well, let's just Photoshop a dress on her."
Well, I mean, how is
Should
this
we do
working?
it sloppy? Yeah,
it
let's do it
looks.
sloppy.
It looks like it's connected to like her around her ears or earrings.
No, I don't think there's any upper connection, Jim. I think what happens is there's like almost like a clothes hanger type thing in those points, and it somehow is connected around her waist.
I think that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Now, in the image, the asymmetrical mini dress appears to be floating on Watson's body that you see there, with its neckline both sharply pointed and loosely draped, in particular hovering without any visible means of support.
There's also weird shading next to the man, like on her chest right there, which makes this look photoshopped.
Who do you think the dude is next to her?
I am going to say that's Simon Jones. He is a
I'm talking
screenwriter.
about, what do you think the relationship is?
I would assume that's her boyfriend.
Best friend. They're best friends.
That's her brother.
Harry
Is that
Potter.
her brother?
Yeah.
It's not Harry Potter.
Yeah. By the way, very attractive in this dress. I
He's
like
good
it.
looking. Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's a good-looking guy. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking family.
What are y'all looking at?
They are looking
A puppy
at
dying.
They are looking at that earless cat. That's what they're looking at.
It does look like a Olin Mills photo, right? All right, everybody look down and smile.
So would that dress fall in the strapless category then?
I think so.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love this next story. Love hearing things like this. So, the Macon Bacon baseball team.
Making bacon.
People are asking.
Did they used to be the Macon Whoopie, and they had to change
That was
it?
the hockey team.
That was the hockey team? Okay.
When will the Macon Bacon baseball team change its name? Now, according to the Central Georgia team's response to a group of plant-based activists urging them to stop promoting a meat that studies have shown has health risk, it is suggested in here. Now, first of all, Brandon Raphael is the Macon Bacon's president.
Okay.
He said the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine describes itself as an animal liberation research and advocacy, wrote a letter to him. It suggested the team update its name to include mention of a plant-based alternative like fakin' bacon or mushroom bacon.
Faking bacon? My God.
Raphael's letter concluded with Macon Bacon will be sizzling forever and will never consider a name change.
Good for him.
I agree.
That's a good name.
Mascot's 7-foot slice of bacon named Kevin.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty
Kevin
good.
Bacon.
I
I like that.
Now, our old boy's about to throw a heater right there in that photo, though.
Oh, I think that's a little off-speed pitch, Brown.
Oh,
with
you
the-
think so?
With the hand placement on the seams, upper seams there.
Well, look at
He's
his.
got a little Kenny Powers in
He
him.
does. I'm just going by the cheeks all puffed out there, Dunaway.
That's part of the sales pitch on that.
On the fastball.
You think that guy's got any Wii magazines on his floor in his bedroom?
What's a bedroom?
Dear Penthouse letters.
No box spring either, just a mattress.
Laying on the floor.
Yeah.
That's the way I rode in Lexington for the first year I was
I've
there.
done it. I
Mattress
can't
on the
judge.
floor?
Yeah.
Like you were,
No
a
box springs.
mafia
Yeah.
member in
Yep.
hiding?
Yep. I remember my college girlfriend came to visit one weekend. She saw that and on her way out of town broke up with me.
You know,
What if
it's
she saw a race car bed? I always wondered that.
Ricky
Her feet-
Schroeder.
She played college baseball. Her feet would have hung out the
You
end.
remember Ricky Schroeder's? I always wanted one as a kid, right,
He had
sir?
he had a train too.
Those silver spoons, yeah.
So a lot of people are being homeschooled. This new trend,
Like Ole Miss's quarterback who has a 5.38.
yeah,
What?
This new trend is crazy. A pair of sisters are unschooling their children together, and they want to let their kids decide what and when they learn.
Let me tell you what every kid is going to choose on that one.
Now, Kelsey Hall,
Cartoon Network.
That's right.
Kelsey Hall, 29, decided to deregister her son Logan, 7, from school in March, as he, quote, hated going. Well, most 7-year-olds do.
Yeah, find me one dad.
By the way, it's law, right? They've got to go to school.
No, not if you homeschool them. I mean, you can.
You've got to somehow prove that they're getting an education. I mean, we're a free country,
I think
but isn't
so,
there a
yeah.
law?
I don't know the law on that, but yeah.
But there are people that should give their kids all the answers too. Like it's just they're not getting education; they're getting like a 5.0 GPA because my parents give me
here.
all the answers.
Here comes a rock star, homeschooled, defending homeschooling.
I wasn't homeschooled. I had a
You
class
were
of 5.
small schooled.
Yeah,
You had a class of 5, but y'all met.
It's like
didn't meet
Little
at
House on
home.
the Prairie.
I had nothing to do with my home.
Did it have a
Okay.
school building, though?
Yeah,
Did you have a schoolmaster?
I was in the top 5% of good-looking people,
Everything.
athletes,
Yep.
education, speech writing,
You guys were,
pronunciation skills.
you guys were so small, you didn't have an Echo to be Mr. Echo.
No, I wish we just looked at pictures of Mr. Echo. Like one
Could you
day.
get
Oh, did
suspended?
you really?
Yeah,
Could you get suspended?
yeah. There was some hoodlums that had a little bit of a drug use problem.
Oh, no.
Did y'all?
It was very noticeable at your school that there was a suspension.
Did y'all call roll? Or
No.
just look around and do a head count?
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. 5 is an odd number. So how did you do prom?
Sadly, we didn't do prom.
Yeah.
It was weird because we could all fit in one limo. We could all fit in one truck if we wanted to, but no, we didn't do it. It was me, another guy, and 3 girls.
So when I was in school, like if you played a small school in football, we used to call it a one-bus team. That's a one-bus team. And
They were a one-van team.
I mean, y'all
We
weren't
didn't
even a
have a
one-bus
team.
team. Yeah, there's no
You
team.
came,
El Camino.
you came to work. There's no extracurricular activity. That's why I'm so good at social skills. You went home after you're done with your work.
Yeah.
Okay,
Home
so
about noon, 1 o'clock.
when Kelsey began homeschooling, her sister Rachel, 24, followed her example. She has no plans to send her kids, Mila 4 and Ronnie 2, to school either. The moms turned homeschool teachers don't stick to a schedule at all. They won't force their kids to read or study. Instead, they do everything on the kids' terms. Boy, this is smart. They spend time baking, walking along the beach, and taking trips to places such as the police station to teach the kids about everyday skills.
Probably a good place to get started.
Here's where you're going to end up.
People ask, quote, do you teach them anything? But they'll have to watch a video of them at the beach looking at sea life and baking. We're trying to show people it's an option to homeschool. Kelsey says she doesn't want to pressure him into doing things they don't want to do or going to a university.
Yeah, because the one thing in life you need to find out is you don't always have to do what you don't want to do, right?
Yeah, they probably should
Like a job.
take them to a breakfast that doesn't have real bacon because there's a chance they'll be eating that at some point too.
Fake and bake.
Fake and bacon?
I'll tell you, this seemes expensive for these two.
Yeah, they do a lot of trips, don't they? Yeah.
Finally, relationship expert Luann Ward revealed that women shouldn't confuse what they're looking for with men as what they see as valuable. Now, the dating coach shared the list along with several examples of traits men deem unimportant. Number 1, your academic achievement. I mean, I don't think a guy cares what a girl's GPA is.
They do not.
But you don't want something stupid.
Girl might care what a guy's is, but I don't think most guys care what a girl's is.
Your busy social life.
Yeah, but on the GPA thing, I'm like you said, there's got to be
some common sense at least.
There's
the ability to have a conversation.
Yeah, you got to give it back.
Well, I think with all things dating, there's probably a inverse proportional, right?
Yeah.
Good looking versus intelligent. I mean, you're going to be willing to sacrifice some things, aren't you?
I'm going to tell you, most of the people I've ever gone on a date with, they were smarter than me. So
That's a low bar, though.
Yeah, I probably should. Thank you. I probably should step out of the conversation because I'm not going to really value their GPA, but they've all been smarter than me. So.
Career success. They say men don't care about that. I think that's probably changed a little bit.
Yeah. See, I want you to be good at whatever you do.
Financial status. I think that's important because Heartbreak Kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Maggie's told me already that she wished she had married for money. And
yeah.
So you're not a good lover. You're broke.
Yeah.
What do you bring to the table?
Not a lot. I make her laugh.
You're her chauffeur.
And I do drive her around, but I make her laugh. That's it for me.
Driving Miss Maggie.
Another thing guys don't care about, according to Luann Ward, the dating coach, how independent you are.
They seem like these are overly generalized, honestly.
Yeah, another one, your social media and how many Instagram followers you have. Yeah, I don't think anybody cares
She's a
about that.
bitch, but dude, she's got 200,000 followers. You need to stick with her. I know.
That'd be like something Taylor would sell us on. Listen, no, seriously, good for the show.
Good
She's
for the
got
show.
2 bazillion followers.
Done away, it'll be great content.
And finally, guys don't care about your designer handbags, designer shoes,
Absolutely.
or how much they
Yep.
cost.
If you want to, go to Rodeo. That's all it is.
Yeah, but I think when women buy that, I think they're more so trying to impress their friends, right?
Lunsford said, I didn't like Rodeo because we're uncultured, is essentially what Lunsford said in the chat. Is that we're uncultured people. That's why I didn't like Rodeo Drive.
Buster Olney at 12. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, again, let the expert at Mortgage Right help you out if you're looking to buy a home anytime soon. They are the mortgage experts. We've partnered with Mortgage Right since day one on our venture here. Locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right. They offer a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
We are up to number 24 in our 40 and 40 countdown. We'll do the number 24 team, unveil that next, talk a little bit about that team in our Urology Centers of Alabama 40 and 40 countdown. This hour of the show from 11 till noon every day, brought to you by the great folks at Champy's Chicken, open for lunch and dinner right now, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great menu there. Check it all out online at champyschicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Urology Centers of Alabama getting you ready for football season. 24 is the number. We'll unveil that team right after LT tells us about the wonderful folks at UCA.
Hey, it's hard to believe. Hold on, guys. Something caught my throat there. That June is almost over.
Almost hard to believe that.
It's
Yeah.
crazy,
Right,
man. It's
yes.
gone so fast. But
Yep.
June is Men's Health Month. Men's Health Month serves as a reminder that prioritizing our well-being is not a luxury but a necessity. It's time to focus on the specific health concerns that impact men. Men's Health Center is a beautiful new location. They're helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
All right, Forrester, let's see the big sheet. 24 today, 16 votes ahead of Texas Tech. That is the Tulane Green Wave, a New Year's Six Bowl win last year, correct? They won that game.
Yeah, look, they ended up 12-2, 3 straight wins to end the season over top 25s, including that 46-45 classic Cotton Bowl win over USC. You lose Tyja Spears, and that's almost 2,000 total yards of offense, 21 touchdowns. Michael Pratt is back at quarterback, one of the more versatile quarterbacks in college football. Had over 3,000 yards passing, 27 touchdowns.
But don't you feel that Spears can not be totally replaced? That at that position, maybe I'm so NFLized now that you can find someone to pick up some of that slack that it really is quarterback and offensive line and scheme at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I think the running back position is going to be much. You would rather Spears go than Michael Pratt go.
That's right.
Now, you lose a couple of big receivers. You lose your top 5 tacklers off of defense, but you also lose Cincinnati, UCF, Houston, those teams onto the Big 12, so the conference gets a little easier. I know UAB comes in and UTSA,
yes.
But UTSA comes to Tulane. Out of conference, tough out of conference. You got South Alabama, Ole Miss, and Southern Miss, but you got South Alabama and Ole Miss both at home.
Yeah, I think that's a fascinating game, though. I wanted it to be a night game. That felt like that should be an 8 p.m. Central Time kick at Yulman Stadium, the on-campus facility against Ole Miss. It's going to be a 2:30 ESPN2 game. I find that a really interesting game for both teams, honestly. I mean, if you're Tulane and you win that game, first of all, if you beat South Alabama, I don't think that's a given at all. But assuming you beat South Alabama, if you also beat Tulane, that's going to be huge for them. And on the flip side for Ole Miss, I mean, if you lose that game to Tulane, if you win it, there are bigger games for you. But if you lose that one, that could send your season into a spiral quickly.
Yeah,
I think that's an interesting Week 2 game.
Look, really good team last year. I just don't think, obviously, I mean, replicating 12 wins would be nearly impossible. They're going to be favored in probably 9 to 10 games, but I think it's more like a 9-3, 8-4 team. I think we've got them a little overrated.
They keep their coach, though, which was big in the offseason.
Willie Fritz, I think he's to the point where he's, 50, I would say 58, 59 years old.
I thought he might be in his 60s.
Might be.
But you think he's there for life now?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he might be 62 because I told you guys I met his wife at a bowling alley a couple of years ago.
You did. One of the most random things ever. But you did say that. Willie Fritz is 63.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's there for life.
I bumped it up to 60.
He's making $2.5 million. I mean, you're the Tulane coach. Excuse me, making $2.5 million. They're not going to fire you.
If you were not going to leave last year, you're never going to leave at that point.
I would agree.
Right? All time, by the way, if you're wondering, Ole Miss and Tennessee when they play each other. Excuse me. Yeah, Ole Miss and Tulane when they play each other. Ole Miss leads the series 42-28, maybe closer than some think. But Ole Miss has won 10 straight in that affair.
I think it's an interesting game in Week 2. I would anticipate Ole Miss. You'll be pulling for Tulane?
Well, I've got a feeling that Tulane is going to be maybe like a 4-point dog.
Oh, wow. So tight, huh?
Yeah, I think it'll be tight, and I think a lot of people will be gravitating towards Ole Miss. I agree with you. I wish it was a primetime game.
Yeah, that felt like it needed to be an 8 p.m. kick.
Back-to-back years in 87 and 88, the last time Tulane beat Ole Miss. Beat them once in New Orleans, once in Oxford. So since then, it's been all Ole Miss. And, of course, back in the day, they were SEC rivals that Ole Miss won a lot of lately. Early on, it was a very Tulane series.
I enjoyed watching Tulane last year. It was a fun offense. Their fan base, it's small, very passionate, though.
That is Tulane at number 24 in our 40 and 40 countdown, voted on by you, our viewers and listeners, and those of us here on the panel. 67 of us do it. Our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama keeping you healthy in this Men's Health Month of June.
Yeah, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama, patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Again, visit Urology Centers Alabama. Schedule that appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Buster Olney joins us next, a Tuesday appearance. He survived the Browns. We'll talk baseball with him next right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com, or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Ohtani hit his 26th homer last night. We're about to talk baseball with Buster. By the way, if you're just thinking that sounds like a lot before the All-Star break, it is. But if you're thinking, is that Barry Bonds a lot before the All-Star break? In Barry Bonds' record year, May 27th is when he hit his 26th home run on the way to 73. So a little off of that pace a little bit.
Yeah, I would have to say.
I don't think we've ever seen someone more feared at the plate than Barry Bonds that year.
Oh, it was fun to watch.
Well, Buster saw it, and he's seen Ohtani as well. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Buster Olney of ESPN joins us each week, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. I was telling the story a little bit earlier, Buster, and I want to thank you again for taking time to come out and meet my family. The part I didn't tell was our family was a complete yard sale when Buster, we were far more put together than Buster ever would have thought. I'm carrying Dodger dogs. We got all the drinks. I introduced him to my family. Anna Kate's earring pops off for some reason, drops at his feet. My family goes in the wrong row, wrong section. I'm having to direct them. It was a complete yard sale, Buster. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. It was great meeting you. What a great family you have. And I must say, one of my memories going to stick with me is when I had that picture taken with you. The guy who we asked to take the picture of us, boy, did he look very dubious. Like, are you really going to stand here? The game's about ready to start. First pitch is about ready to be thrown. You got the feeling he was going to say no for about a second.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me?
Yeah, he's like, what are these idiots doing? And finally, Anna Kate came down and bailed us out, and she took the photo. I mean, a teenager taking the photo. That's what we needed, right?
That's right.
So she came, but no, Buster and I had to kind of stand in front of a guy, and he's looking at us like, what are these two idiots doing? First pitch is about to happen.
Right. Yep. Annoyed.
Buster, I did want to ask you, we're talking about Barry Bonds there, and I think it was 73 in 2001, if I'm correct. I could be off there.
Yep, that's right.
But have you ever seen a hitter more feared than Barry Bonds that year?
No, and the most amazing number for me about Bonds was not the home runs, but the walks. I think the rec number's 232, And among those was a intentional walk with the bases loaded, ordered by Buck Showalter, then the manager of, I believe, the Arizona Diamondbacks. No. He was with the Texas Rangers at the time, because he felt like, Bonds is going to get on base, and I'll give up 1 run to save ourselves from 4. That says it all. And obviously the context is the context, right in the middle of the steroid era. But yeah, and it's funny you say that. I actually had a conversation over the weekend with Steve Sparks, who's the Astros broadcaster, and we talked about, Bonds, what he saw. Because Tony Gwynn once said to me, Bonds sees the ball from the pitcher sooner than anybody else. And I said, what do you mean, Tony? And he goes, he sees the ball in the pitcher's hand by the pitcher's ear as he's coming through the delivery. And I asked Tony, well, how do you know that? He goes, because I see the same thing. A pejorative in the middle of that. Bonds was pretty amazing.
I'm interested. I think the Braves got to see him this past weekend. Braves fans did. Elly De La Cruz. There's competition for the National League Rookie of the Year, but could he get eligible and be in the conversation for an MVP award as well? How high could this guy be in his first year in the bigs?
Yeah, and there have been instances in which players have, come up after the start of the year and they've been in that conversation. Remember Miguel Cabrera, his first year in 2003, and he was an impact guy for the Marlins. He didn't come close. And I don't think Elly De La Cruz would come close because he missed 2 months. And here's the other thing, too. Ronald Acuna Jr. is lapping the field. I looked at it this morning. He's on pace, guys, to finish this season with 216 hits, 79 walks, 140 runs, 83 extra base hits, and more than 70 stolen bases. So Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to, he'll win the MVP. Rookie of the Year for me, Corbin Carroll. He's running away with that at the moment. He's probably running second or third for National League MVP. But Elly De La Cruz takes your breath away. Sarah Lang's my friend who comes on my podcast most days. She said that the time that he had with the triple that he hit the other day to round out the cycle that he hit for, he was timed at 10.3 seconds. That's exactly how fast it took him in his opening game in the big leagues when he hit that triple. 10.3 seconds exactly. I mean, he is a high-effort player. Brian Snitker, the Braves manager, was raving about him over the weekend about how much fun he is to watch.
ESPN's Buster Olney is with us each week, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND to get that sign-up bonus up to $1,000 when you go to MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. One thing we love about having you on the show is you get to go to different games all the time, and you almost always come away with, great stories from people you talk to in the locker room. And I know this weekend you got to spend extensive time with both Jose Altuve and Mookie Betts. What can you tell us from those meetings?
Yeah, so Mookie Betts, the story about him is he came out last week on social media and said he's going to be in the home run derby. So I walked up to him on Saturday, said, well, hey, what made you decide to do the derby? And he goes, I still don't want to do the derby. What he said was his wife, Brianna, has told him, you should do the derby. You've won the World Series. You've been an MVP. This is something you need to do to check the box. And Mookie looks at me and goes, I didn't even hit home runs in batting practice. So he's not real confident about doing it. He wants to raise awareness for Black culture, and he feels like his place as a leader in the sport, it's important for him to do this, which I think is pretty cool. And then Jose Altuve, it was a conversation that reflects, even at the highest level of the sport, the incredible insecurity that can exist. I walked up to Altuve after I'd run some numbers going the weekend, and I said to him, hey, this year you can hit all of these big round numbers. 2,000th hit he's coming up on. 200th career homer, he's 5 away. 300 career steals, 400 doubles. I said, you know how many guys in the big leagues have done that in the history of baseball? 17. 9 of them are in the Hall of Fame, plus Barry Bonds and Alex Rodriguez. Okay? So you could see Altuve's face light up, and he's known as someone who gets really anxious if he doesn't feel good, like he's worried if he's ever going to get another hit. He finished batting practice, and he walks past me, and he goes, 17, huh? I needed to hear that. And Joe Espada, their bench coach, thanked me for telling him that. He threw out 3 hits that day. They say he's like someone who needs to be told again and again and again, hey, you're a good player. You're someone who's really dangerous at the plate. And Alex Rodriguez was also like that. I heard a story when he was with the Rangers. He went 5 for 5 and walked up to one of his teammates who was a rookie and said, "Hey, how does my swing look?" Like he's always fretting about how he can perform.
I did not adequately prepare my family for how bad Dodgers fans hate him, though, Buster. Jose Altuve. Is there any indication that gets to him and bothers him just a little bit?
No, I think, and I had conversations with Astros people over the weekend. I think them winning the World Series last fall, clearly, without the benefit of sign stealing, moved everybody past that in that organization, where they feel like, you know what, you can say what you want about 2017. We can, and the Astros believe that, there are other teams that were doing the same thing. But the fact that they won the World Series last fall, I think has given Altuve, Bregman peace of mind. You're right. Every time those two guys would come to the plate, and you heard this firsthand, they were chanting "cheater."
Yeah.
Every time they did something. I did the first pitch interview with Bregman on Sunday because he's an LSU guy, and LSU was playing for the College World Series. And the request from the Astros, like, can you please do the interview down in the dugout so he's not getting berated by fans as he's talking with you?
We were discussing Freddie Freeman becoming the 98th player with 2,000 hits and 300 home runs this past week, and that discussion led to Del Murphy. And our question was, it's kind of odd that Del Murphy never gets mentioned for Hall of Fame, and he's not in the Hall of Fame. Do you think Del Murphy was a Hall of Famer?
I voted for him for the Hall of Fame when I was still voting. I've told you guys I stopped voting 7 or 8 years ago. I think the whole system is broken. In regards to the steroid guys, I think Dale Murphy's one of the players hurt by the fact that his name was on the ballot while the writers were trying to figure out what to do with the steroid guys. And I think there will be a day when Dale Murphy makes a speech in Cooperstown. These special committees that are put together every year, eventually one of those committees is going to put Murphy in. Look, Harold Baines, who's a wonderful major leaguer, great guy, got into the Hall of Fame. This was someone who was basically a full-time DH for most of his career. If he's in the Hall of Fame, Dale Murphy has to be in the Hall of Fame. And I think eventually he gets in.
I'm interested with all the surprise teams, I use air quotes there, that are leading divisions. If this is the time of year that traditionally Cinderella stories start to break a little bit if it strikes midnight. I just noticed my Tampa Bay Rays and Arizona, both division leaders, play tonight. Tampa Bay's 5-5 in their last 10. Arizona's, just above that, 6-4 in their last 10. It feels like these Cinderella stories are starting to take on a little bit of water. Do you sort of feel that happening this time of year? Is this traditionally happening this time of year?
I don't see it with the Rays because of Tyler Glass now. The fact that he's back, right? And you hope that Shane McClanahan's back issue is not something that pops up during the rest of the year. And they're just so deep. Like, I don't see the Rays coming back, and I see the Diamondbacks as being really athletic. And Zach Gallen, who's their ace, is in the conversation for the National League Cy Young Award. So, yeah, it's possible with the Giants playing so well, with the presence of the Dodgers, that the Diamondbacks give up that division lead. I think the Diamondbacks are making the playoffs.
Wow.
And I think the Rays are making the playoffs. And it's interesting because, especially in the American League, the way it's developing is this steel cage match for the last two wild card spots in the American League of really invested teams. It looks like it's going to be like a 5-for-2, 5 teams battling for 2 spots, with the Astros trying to become back-to-back title winners. The Yankees, the Toronto Blue Jays are in that conversation. The Angels, who are all in this, potentially last year of Ohtani being there. That race will be really fun, in part because, teams like the Rangers aren't coming back to the pack.
Buster and the guys have Giants at Mets on Sunday night, 6 o'clock. If I went back to the start of the season, Buster, and I said, your guys, your last, I guess your first game of July at that point, your first game of July is going to be Giants-Mets. One will be 16 back, one will be 2.5 back. Who would you have guessed to switch?
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Oh, that's crazy.
There's no doubt it would have been the Mets. The Giants, I kind of wrote off in my mind when I saw them early in the year, because they didn't really improve a lot. They tried to sign Aaron Judge. They weren't able to do that. They tried to sign Carlos Correa, but then he flunked his physical. And so they wound up with sort of that the classic, and it is sort of like a big market version of the Rays. All of these pieces and parts and platooning lineup. And you know what? They've won 27 of their last 38 games. They're on a 110 win pace since May 15th. And if you extrapolate that over a year, it's crazy how well they're playing right now. So that's a surprise. The Mets are also a surprise. It's getting bad. Like Justin Verlander talking with the reporters after the Mets lost again last night, he started laughing almost nervously in the middle of it. Like, he can't believe what's happening. 8 games under 500. They're 16 games out behind the Braves in the division. They're 8.5 games out in the wild card. Here's the one ray of hope for the Mets. Each of the last 4 full seasons, there's been at least one team that fell back in the wild card standings at least 8.5 games and still made the playoffs. So they're not out of it, but I think within a couple of weeks, if they don't turn around, you're going to hear the Mets front office maybe beginning to talk about doing a modified sell-off.
Wow, what an incredible fall by the Mets. But you can see Giants Mets. Still watch the game, 6 o'clock on Sunday with Buster and the crew there at Citi Field. Buster, thank you for the time. Safe travels. We'll see you next week.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. Buster with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND when you go online to MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND gets you that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Rockstar cut number 1. The men who play baseball at LSU have made a legacy for themselves. Our legacy creditunion.com sound of the day from the LSU Bengal Tigers. This is head coach Jay Johnson after LSU won the championship last evening.
I really believe this will go down as one of the best teams in college baseball history. So consistent in the regular season. I think the SEC tournament is the only week of the year we had a losing record. I mean, if you think about that. I mean, not one losing week for an entire regular season, 11 wins in the postseason, 6 of them against SEC teams. And I really believe we played and beat every team, the best team that we could have played along the way throughout the entire tournament at that spot. So I love these guys. I'm so proud of them. And they are a worthy champion if there ever was a worthy champion.
Worthy champion, one of the best of all time, says their head coach. That's the legacy of this LSU baseball team. You can find your legacy with our friends at LegacyCreditUnion.com. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, all with our friends at Legacy. The website is LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. You also will find out about lifestyle loans there. It can be used for unexpected medical expenses, or if you want to update your backyard or you just want to take that dream vacation. No collateral required, affordable low rates, and a lot more. The official credit union of UAB is Legacy. Again, online to find out anything about lifestyle loans, everyday checking, great car and truck loan place. It's Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Again, federally insured by the NCUA. Lance?
I think I'm going to disagree with that, what Jay Johnson said. Look, I understand you have the Golden Spikes winner in Dylan Cruz. You've got the best pitcher in Paul Skeens. There's a chance for the first time in history those guys go 1-2 in the amateur draft coming up, and you win the World Series, but you were never number one during the season.
It's kind of wild. I was thinking the same thing. I was unsure, but I didn't remember them being number one. I was uncertain if
there was only 2 teams. That was Wake and Florida.
Yeah, and I was thinking the same thing when he said that. Is like, you were never viewed as the best team in the nation the entire regular season. Now, the only thing that matters is what they just did in Omaha, really. I mean, that's what ultimately matters.
But they staved off elimination not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, a great team, obviously, but one of the best in history, don't see it.
Yeah.
The 7th national championship for LSU last night in Omaha. When we come back, we'll do our 4 downs today. A little spin on Tulane as our team number 24 today. That is coming up. Our buddy Joel Klatt has an interview with Greg Sankey, and USC's recruiting stays hot. All that's still to come in the last 45 minutes of the show. This being brought to you in part by our friends at Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Been telling them all week, Brownie, about how the 22s, if there are any still in the lot, you get a great deal there, but a lot of other things to get out and beat the heat with.
It's just a great way to see America in a RV from Johnston RV Center. Beat the heat with a new or used RV. The 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from just $439 a month, plus closeout pricing, like Jim said. And don't forget, all those of you that have served or are currently serving in the military, we thank you for your service. I hope you know how appreciative we are. Johnston RV, the same exact way. In fact, they're giving you discounts. So ask about those military discounts for all active duty and former military, retired military personnel. Lifetime warranty on all new campers. Used campers under 2 years old or newer at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Forrester, do you have the tweet I sent you about Leonard Fournette ready yet? You guys have to, this, I don't know. I'm a horrible car guy. Horrible car guy.
What do you mean by that? You don't know how to fix them?
I try to maintain them as best I can. I just take them to Bo, our friends at Alfa Romeo, just left the screen there and let them service it.
We need a good affirmation from you because you've told us this week that you're a bad husband, a bad lover,
bad mechanic.
Bad mechanic.
I can't sing. Can't dance.
Your golf game has improved tremendously.
But I can't putt. I mean, there's a lot of things I can't do. We'll find something I can do. But I am fearful of a lot of things. When I'm on long trips and something doesn't sound right about the car, this is always my first go-to image. Leonard Fournette, formerly of the Bucs, now a free agent. His car caught on fire as he was driving, and you could see the results of that. This was not a random act of violence or anything. He's riding down the road.
Is it a Tesla?
And
it looks like it, and the battery caught fire.
And I don't know if it's a Tesla. Does it say anywhere, Scott? I could not see it anywhere what kind of vehicle it was. But he's okay, he says. But that is a complete torch job there.
Did it say anything, Scott?
I just pulled the pictures. Hang on.
I think, and this is going to be a good pull by me if I get this right. I think based on some things I'm seeing right there, that is a Jaguar.
What are you seeing there that would make you think
I'm
it's
seeing
a
it looks like a
Jaguar?
burnt marshmallow.
The wheel and the
It is a
emblem.
Dodge Durango Hellcat.
Okay, I was close.
Yeah. You know, oftentimes I get the Dodge Durango Hellcat confused with a Jaguar. Both of them are hellish cats.
One and the same, yes.
But if you show anything burned, it's really hard to
It really
figure
is.
out.
I mean, to my defense.
Is that a steak or a waffle? I can't tell the difference right there. But luckily, Leonard Fournette, I will always be thankful for what he did for my Buccaneers. He's a free agent now, looking not only for a new NFL team, but a new car today, as he has successfully survived that bonfire.
You worry about a lot of things, and when you said this is your immediate go-to concern, I, honest to goodness, thought he found a snake in his engine, because I thought that sounds like something that would worry you as a snake in an engine.
That doesn't bother me that much.
Yeah.
Snake inside the car would bother me, but not in the engine.
Have you seen the video of where the snake comes in through the air conditioner vents?
No, but that would be a quick ejection button for me. Like if you had those fighter jet things that you go and you
You're
parachute,
out.
I'd pull that really quick.
Goose hit the canopy, Rockstar.
4 Downs every day brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Got some celebrity birthdays we'll work in there. Little Tulane football, I'm sure. Tulane or the Saints, that kind of question right here. And it's brought to you by the great folks at Slice.
Yes, Slice has 4 great locations created by Jeff Bajai, the late Jeff. Great guys. Brothers continue the legacy. Chris and Jason stop into one of those 4 locations. Local pizza, local ingredients. Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Before we do first down, a little Deadwood. Scott says LSU started the season ranked number 1 in baseball. Jace writes in LSU was number 1 in week 11 by D1 baseball. Much like college football, there are 2
Baseball America and D1.
Baseball America and D1 baseball.
I'm just shitting the bed when it comes to LSU today. I retracted Livy Dunn. I didn't realize that she was an All-American. I didn't realize LSU was. I'm just going off what people tell me.
Yeah. I don't know who people are, but Mike says LSU was ranked number 1 for several weeks.
Yeah, people were not Jay Johnson, apparently.
I will be honest. I'll go with LT here. I don't really look at the baseball polls.
Yeah.
I just assume it's 25 teams and 9 of them are from the SEC every week.
Pretty much it, yeah.
Did we do first down?
We first down.
Yep.
More wins this year. The New Orleans Saints, the Tulane Green Wave.
Oh, I think I'll go Saints on this one. I think Saints are going to win that division. Derek, what? He's big. I mean, it's a bad division.
It is a bad division, which makes me why you're going Saints. I mean, they could win the division with 9.
But it could be Saints, could be Falcons, could be Carolina. One team that's not going to be is Tampa.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be Tampa.
But it could be 9, and you don't think Tulane wins 9?
I mean, it's going to be tough for Tulane to get to 9, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. I'm with Lance. I think they're a touch overrated. I think they'll take a little bit of a step back. 7 or 8 wins. I think Saints will be better than that. I'll go New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm going to lean New Orleans. I think 9-8.
I'll go Saints, but more 10-8, 10-9.
Yeah, so you're a little higher on Tulane than me.
I'm a little higher on the Saints than you, 10-7.
I said the
Second.
Saints, go ahead.
Second down.
More total touchdowns this year. Michael Pratt, who had 37 last year, or Derek Carr with the Saints.
37's a lot for an NFL quarterback. I'll still go Pratt on that one. Seems conflicting that I go Saints wins, Pratt touchdowns.
No, you're just doing math different than college game.
It's just a different game, yeah.
I mean, because you could see Pratt and Frank Harris when they play each other, UTSA quarterback. That could be, I mean, I don't expect that to be a low-scoring game. Do you?
No. I mean, I think Pratt is going to put up numbers, but again, 12 or 13 games to 17.
I mean, college football will give you that random, like Tanner Mordecai last year. Didn't he have 9 touchdown passes in the first half?
A 56-54
yeah,
triple
you're gonna
overtime
get that in college
game.
football occasionally.
Something we haven't really factored in yet or talked about a ton is the change in the clock this year. We're not stopping on first downs until inside 2 minutes.
So you think that'll bring down totals?
It will bring totals down.
I think we're going to have a much shorter game, and I think it'll be noticeable.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm doing my hands like I'm teaching kindergarten, but noticeable.
Real quick, before you move on that, can I say, back to my LA trip, that is one of my takeaways. First Major League Baseball game I attended since the pitch clock.
It's nonstop.
So much better in person. In TV, I haven't noticed it as much. In person, that game flies by. It is so much better.
That's why I liked women's softball when I did, because baseball had gotten when it was so slow, and the elite college softball programs, such a fast, well-played game, action on every pitch, it seems like.
They never throw over to first anymore. You get more stolen bases, which are more exciting, and the game just, flies by. I mean, it is so much better in person with the pitch clock. I'm sorry, Rockstar.
Third down.
The Saints' Chris Olave is 23 today.
God, he's so old now. Seems like yesterday he was just 21.
Such a lucky kid.
What is he, second year or third year in the league?
Second year.
Second?
Yeah.
Going into year 3, right?
No, this is going into year 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought his last college year was against Bama.
No, I think his last college year was against, it would have been Utah in the Rose Bowl, but I think he opted out.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I'm pretty
I think
sure.
you're right about that.
Yeah,
And
I think
that was
Garrett Wilson
when-
and Olave were both.
If it was an
rookies last year.
LSU receiver, I would doubt it at this point.
He opted out, and that's when Harrison had his breakout game, right? Yeah.
Okay, so Olave 23. More total touchdowns, Olave this year or Alabama's leading receiver?
I think Alabama's going to run more, so I'll go Olave.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go Olave, too. I could see it way more spread around passing-wise for Alabama.
I mean, he is going to be the number one option. I would lean Olave, too.
Yeah. I'd go Olave 7-6.
Oh, Olave's going to have more than 7 touchdowns.
Okay.
All right,
I'll
Jim.
go Olave more than 7 to 6.
I'll go Olave 10 plus for a steak.
No. I'm bleeding steaks here all of a sudden.
Oh, what are you down to?
I'm 8. I'm 8 up.
Oh yeah.
What were you?
It was 11.
Yeah.
It's much more comfortable at double digits.
Fourth down.
Except if he pays one off, then it's 7. And I've got to save one on the TJ Yeldon thing because it doesn't look like he's ever going to play football again.
Y'all haven't called that yet?
No, and it's 27 yards away, so I still got to give that one up. I don't think I ever gave it up.
Okay, J.J. Abrams is 57 today.
You're going to have to remind me of all the books he wrote.
Oh, J.J.
He didn't write any more of his books.
Abrams.
He does
I
this
was
film.
about to say,
Or the films, yeah.
didn't write a
best
book.
Texan of all time, J.J. Abrams.
So he did the shows Lost, he did
Okay.
Alias, and he did, what was his other? We need to bring Lunsford in on this. But he also wrote a bunch of the Star Wars prequels.
He did the
Star Trek.
Force Awakens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams.
57. Better career, Abrams or Bobby Bowden? I'd love for Lunsford to
I'm going to
check
go
in here.
J.J. Abrams,
Okay.
but that's tough.
It's hard for me, Lunsford, because I never watched any of the stuff Lance just reeled off there.
You watched the final episode
I watched
of
the
Lost?
final episode of Lost. That's the only Lost episode I ever watched. And I got to say, J.J. Abrams a little confusing with his writing based on the final episode of Lost.
Yeah.
But Abrams does a lot more producing than he does writing and directing.
Can you give me one thing I've watched that he's done, Lunsford?
He did 11/22/63.
Oh, I like that.
He did.
No, I didn't see that.
He did.
Oh.
He
Oh.
did. He directed 2 of the last 3 Star Wars movies.
Never saw any Star Wars
he
movies.
did Mission Impossible 3.
Nope, haven't watched
He
any
did
of
the
those.
Star Trek reboot.
Nope.
Mission Impossible 3, isn't that
Oh,
just basically...
he did Super 8.
Super 8.
Mission Impossible 3, isn't that basically you show up and do what Tom tells you to do?
Pretty
I know,
much.
so, yeah, I don't think he does much work on that, J.J. Abrams.
But he is largely credited for kind of rebooting it because Mission Impossible 2 was really bad.
Yeah. Oh, how about this? So he wrote and co-produced or produced films like Regarding Henry with Harrison Ford in 91.
Haven't seen it.
Decent film. Forever Young. I haven't seen it, but I bet
Haven't seen
Dunaway
it.
has.
Yep.
The kid that dies when he's dating Julia Roberts.
Yeah, I've not seen that. I don't think.
Campbell Scott, I think is his name.
Yeah.
Armageddon.
Haven't seen it.
Cloverfield.
Oh, I've seen Armageddon. Yeah.
Yep.
Star Trek, Star Wars: The Force Awakens, and Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I'm going Bobby
And he's
Bowden.
produced all the Mission Impossible since 3. He just wrote and directed that
See,
one.
here's how I figured this out, Dunaway. I saw all of Bobby Bowden's work. I hadn't seen any of J.J. Abrams.
Well, you didn't see the West Virginia years of Bobby
That's
Bowden,
true.
but he
Or
did
the
really
Howard
well.
College, yeah.
I would say Bobby Bowden here too, and I would almost bring to question whether this is as big of a blowout question as whichever one had people questioning whether or not you were drunk yesterday.
No,
on the
it's not
show.
even close.
What was yesterday?
Yesterday was Jeter or Ariana Grande, but what I said when the career is complete. Jeter's career seems to be doing this when he was with the Marlins, and Ariana's going up. I said right now, Jeter, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
By the way, J.J. Abrams was worth $340 million.
but that doesn't-
that's
No, I'm saying,
that's
it's
all self-earned,
When you
though.
talk like Ryan Seacrest and all these other people, like, yeah, their personalities, yeah, they do some stuff, but the vast majority of their stuff is like producing behind the scenes. That's what J.J. Abrams is. You look at his directing and writing, it's like, yeah, he has like 10 films he's done. But you look at his producing, and it's a list a mile long.
I don't really like his stuff, but I'm going to take Abrams.
I'm gonna go Bobby Bowden because of one One word.
Because you don't know who J.J. Abrams is.
Fumble Rooski. I watched every episode of Lost. Thank you so much.
But I bet you didn't know that was who it was.
And I
You
hung
didn't know-
around for the credits, and I knew it was J.J. Abrams.
Hey, but I mean, to the point of Dave's point, like I don't give him credit for Star Wars. Somebody else wrote that stuff. He just wrote the coattails of Steven
but
Spielberg.
He didn't know. Not Steven Spielberg.
Spielberg didn't do Star Wars.
Oh, George Lucas, whatever his name is. Yeah.
He didn't write the coattails. George Lucas ran into the ground and he saved it. Disney
Yeah,
bought it,
but
but then
somebody
he
else
saved
came
it.
up with the
Star
idea.
Trek had been ridden in the ground, and he came back and he saved it.
Yeah.
He saved Mission Impossible and driven in the ground,
It
and he
sound-
saved
yeah,
it.
it-
And then he
it's-
turned all of them into multi,
Okay,
billion-dollar
all right,
franchises.
But it sounds like this
after
guy
that.
comes on somebody's ideas,
Sorry.
and he's like, "Hey, we can do
Bobby
it."
Bowden had Charlie Ward Lunsford. Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And work done.
I know
How
you
many
can't,
touchdowns did
you
Bobby
can't
actually
see him, but he's sitting back there in a hat that says "Make Star Wars Great Again."
Yeah.
I did hear those Star Wars films were terrible. Again, the only ones I've seen were the first three.
I've seen bits and pieces of the
No,
original
the seventh
three.
one was great. Then it fell off after that because they didn't let J.J. Abrams do all of them.
Oh, there
That's
you go.
the problem.
Yeah. All right.
Can't
I go
keep a
Bobby
job,
Bowden.
it sounds like to me.
I agree. That way bounces around more than Bowden did. He was at Florida State forever.
That's brought to you by our friends at Slice.
4 great locations, local pizza, local ingredients, from the soul pie, the Bajaya special, the wing and a prayer. You're going to absolutely love it. Get into one of those 4 locations today or online, slicebirmingham.com.
Forrester, do we have anything cool that I sent you? Like 80,
We haven't gotten to.
I seen like 82 things today. Is there anything I haven't gotten yet that you want to get to other than the Sankey soundbite we'll get on the other side coming up? How about the USC commitment? We got that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give me cut number 3 because this is big. This is big for LT. Hold on, I got to attach a sponsorship to it.
Okay.
This is our Michelson Laser Vision, looking into the future of football, great eyesight, commitment of the day. It's Ryan Pelham, not spelled like our city. He's a wide receiver, 4-star guy. It's down to Oregon and USC. So, as you can tell, breaking news there for 24/7 Sports. Blair and Emily's expecting some great announcement here from this great commitment. Watch how Ryan Pelham decides which school he's going to. Did it, Rocky?
Hey, it's a moment we have all been waiting for. You got 2 great options there I see on the desk, Oregon and USC. Ryan, you have the floor. Where are you headed to play college ball?
Well, I'm headed for 4 years.
Oh my gosh.
Well, he's got a baby.
Okay. Well, this is intricate.
Wait, is he going to spit up on him?
If he poops, I'm going to
It's been
USC.
a long journey. And I'm glad it's coming to an end after. But,
Does it say USC? What's it say? Oh, USC.
Right on.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah. He's going to USC.
Woo, boy, that was a lot of work for that.
Very Lion King moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What's
Hold
he
up
doing
the
now?
baby.
Oh, he's got to put his hat on.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, he dropped it. This guy's not going to be able to hold the ball.
This is the cutest commitment.
A wide receiver. He almost dropped the hat, almost dropped the baby, but he's going to USC.
Brown is right. I
Great
question the
hands.
hands.
Hey, yeah, he's going to lead the league in fumbles for sure. Yep. Bad pickup for your guys, Lance. Sorry.
Good pull by you, Forrester. That was awesome. Appreciate that commitment there. USC's doing pretty good in recruiting.
Yeah, it looks like it. I told you guys there are like 3 of the top 5 undecided guys from 2024 look like they're going SC's way. So, before the show we were talking about this, and Brown brought up the point, they got Big Ten money now, but I am really surprised, like if you go to a USC game, how lackluster it is.
It
and
is,
the facilities aren't great. Now, they have redone LA Coliseum. They renovated it
I
a
was
little
just
bit.
there. I was right. I went to the museum that's right next door, the Natural History Museum. Do you like that campus?
No, it's
the
weird.
campus did nothing for me.
Yeah, it's
You've been on it, Dunaway. It's bleh.
yeah.
I mean, UCLA's is much better.
Much better.
Oh, much better.
Yeah.
UCLA is a legit campus.
Yeah, that's a good campus.
Yeah, one of them's got the 90210 zip
Well,
code.
it does. I mean, USC's in a much worse part of town. There's no doubt. I mean, it's not in Beverly
No, you
Hills.
you get to downtown pretty quick from USC.
You can, yes.
And then people get them confused, but USC's the private school.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, UCLA's the state school that's in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, but both, I mean, the academics are great at both.
Yeah, Ryan Pelham, USC to Oregon. 4-star offensive lineman Weston Davis picks A&M over Alabama, LSU, and Oklahoma. And 4-star wide receiver Jerry, or Jerry, Jerrae. Is that Jerry? Is that how you spell Jerry?
Sure.
Or Jerrae? Hawkins picks Florida over Alabama. Those are your big commitments. Our Michelson look ahead, brought to you by Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to write down. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts or the glasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience. I had the 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the procedure done 2 decades ago. I've still got 2015 vision, better than 20/20. Call today. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, 969-8100. Also, for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
This morning, and I get here early. I'm enjoying a great cup of Next Round coffee.
Okay.
I'm still a little sleepy, and Forrester walks in and says, Dunaway. Is this how it went, Forrester? Dunaway, I'm going to run through this Greg Sankey, Joel Klatt interview, and I'm going to find the sound bite you've got to hear.
That's right.
That's coming up. I mean, Forrester's dying for me to play this.
I think I heard Scott say I've got 2 hours of work time here, so I'm going to make the most of it. Is that the way it went, Scott?
Yeah, that happened right when we both got here?
Well, or right before the show, one of the two. Greg Sankey to Joel Klatt on a thing that's causing problems in college athletics and another thing that's splintering the SEC, according to Sports Illustrated. It's in the next segment right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Can I just get Forrester's mic one more time? Because I want to do this publicly.
You're going to apologize to him?
Well, as I look back at our text chain through the morning, we have a great relationship. And Forrester, anything you see visually on this show, and we're almost 2 years into this, and I am spoiled because it's to the point now. I mean, even Lunsford did it when Forrester was off last week. When we first started this, it was limited on anything that was added to the show. Like I was always very fearful to ask. And, they are so good behind the glass about it. I just look back. I have sent him 21 texts this morning on 12 different stories of things to add to the show.
Is that accurate, Scott?
It's
I just counted them.
Some days more than others. Today's a high volume day.
I wouldn't feel bad about it. I sent him like 2 or 3 pictures of people in next round gear, and I never even get a response.
Boom.
Wow. Do they show up on the show?
Because he's talking to Dunaway.
Yeah. Now you know why, because he probably doesn't see him. He's flooded with all of me.
Here's a girl with her breasts out on Instagram.
Yeah.
She plays golf.
That basically is the internet.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, Forster, he has never been so scared of someone as he is you. If you would have worked with us at Jocks, I mean, he would have gotten on your ass.
No. If he worked with us at Jocks, he would hate me just like Saber does right now.
Well,
or Joe Hunk, or Damien, or anyone else who ever worked with us.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
We'll get there.
Scott
give him time.
Scott is the most mild-mannered person I have ever been around, I think.
He snapped at me this morning, though.
What I heard?
Yeah, was that not snapping?
No,
you're
such a poon.
Your condescending attitude towards him probably led to that a little bit. I don't know.
Well, it was a joke. I mean, you don't get my joke.
But here's what I always tell you.
You wanted out of
to
your
be
joke.
somebody that is so passive-aggressive and condescending.
Here's the joke. I don't think you heard it, Lunsford. Scott used to work in television, 3340. When you think of ABC 3340 Sports, back in their heyday when Mike Rada was there, what were they known for? What was the name of the show? The Blitz. Is that what it was called?
Friday Night Blitz.
The Friday Night Blitz, right? Where Forster would go out, and he was like me. He liked to go to the furthest place because he knew that he could go get it back and get the highlights on.
That's right.
Right? So he is like, oh, so you want me to go through and get this Sankey soundbite? It's 15 minutes before the show. And all I did was jokingly say, 15 minutes for the show. You mean like on Friday nights on ABC 3340 when you used to get the highlights on? And that's when he
That
gave
is a
me
funny joke.
He gave me a little.
Well, I think that's the Jose Altuve, Buster reminding him how good he is.
Yeah.
So you just had to give Forster a little push. You don't need to apologize for it.
The problem is when you passive-aggressive people like to make jokes, we don't take them as jokes because you're always passive-aggressive.
There are always jokes, though. Just always assume that I'm trying to be funny. Like pretend one time I blacked out and did 23 minutes at the start.
No, hey, last week, Brown, it was this. What was it? Scoot Henderson goes 3 overall, wears one of the worst outfits ever. And I tell Dunaway, you got to check out what Grady Dick and Scoot Henderson are wearing.
Oh, I saw Grady Dick.
No, 5 minutes later, he looks at me and goes, so you want to make fun of Scoot Henderson's family?
Well, each rhinestone was representing a member of his family.
I told him, I don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me. It's still tacky. It's still tacky.
Our friends at Wayne's, 50 years. We're celebrating with them the rest of the year. 50 years in business. Started out as a mild-mannered pest control company. They did that so well. They did termite protection. They now do the best lawn care service and mosquito service. 50 years. And don't turn me off just because you've been with Wayne's for 50 years or 20 years or started last year. This is not just for new customers. This is existing customers. You can use our promo code TNR and save $50 on each of the service. Save $50, stack it for $150 worth of savings when you use our promo code TNR. And that includes if you're a Wayne's customer already, TNR, when you go to callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. These discounts new or existing customers celebrating 50 years, so $50 off each of the pest control, the termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services with the promo code TNR. Call them up now at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, or go to the website, callwaynes.com. Long interview with Joel Klatt and Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC. Klatt was on with his interview of Big Noon Conversations with Nick Saban last week. This week it's the SEC commissioner. And Klatt was in town in Birmingham when he had a chance to sit down with Greg Sankey, and they talked about the transfer portal, among other things. Here's Greg Sankey on the portal.
I think on the transfer issue, personally, we went from a 365-day portal to a 60-day portal.
I think
in
that
football.
was a great change.
45 days at the end of the year, of the end of the regular season, then 15 at the end of spring. So I think the portal opens up in now mid-April through. So we're going to have a little bit of discomfort, is the way I like to say it.
Mm-hmm.
In looking back at what we learned in December and January this year, I think we shortened that 45 days. Not everyone will like that. But what you saw was when the portal opened the day after bowl placement, so every sport the day after postseason selection is when the portal opens. The first week or two, it's the exact behavior anticipated. A bunch of people who said, I either don't want to be here, I want more playing time, I didn't make the right choice, I want to be closer on, whatever it is, raised their hand in the portal and said it's time to leave. After that 2 weeks, a lot of stories, anecdotal, admittedly, where you have influencers, if you will, third parties, agents, people that we don't know saying, hey, psst, I got a deal for you if you leave. That's not name, image, and likeness. That's not. Some have described it as bribery. Some have described it as inducements.
Yeah.
That's not what it's supposed to be.
That's part of the Joel Klatt Show, Big Noon Conversations. Wherever you get our podcast, you get Joel's there, the whole conversation with Greg Sankey. It's really deep and reaching. That's a small fraction of what they're trying to do is control the calendar a little bit more. But his point is, first 2 weeks, kids who really don't like it where they are think they need to go somewhere else. After that, it becomes almost a free agent roster management and a lot more of the tampering going on.
Which you're never going to get rid of.
No,
and I agree with Joel, and I agree with Greg Sankey. It's not what it's supposed to be, and it's the seedy underbelly of college football. But by the way, college football's always had a seedy underbelly, and it always will.
It's what we knew it would become.
Yeah. But, I mean, how are you going to police that? You can't.
But if you can't police it, why don't we just shorten the window anyway so nobody's having to worry about it for 4 weeks?
That's
Let's just
fine.
worry about it for 2 weeks.
I'm sure every coach in America would sign on for that.
So,
the shorter the better for most.
A lot more going on there. Ross Dellinger, one of my favorite reporters that covers college athletics, writing today about the thing that is splintering the SEC right now. What do you think it is?
Dry rubber, wet ribs.
I would say more talk of expansion, going from 16 to more.
It is the NIL.
That's everywhere.
The NIL is splintering the SEC because of the people who believe it should be one way. You can say that's the Jimbo Fisher Texas A&M camp back in the day, and the people who think it should be one way, the Alabama Nick Saban camp. And the two last summer was very different. And, you know, the rules were the rules, so Alabama's adjusted a little bit. But the conference is splintered, divided on what we want the NIL to be. You notice the people who went to Washington, D.C. to ask for federal help with the NIL, some schools didn't go.
I didn't see Jimbo up there.
Jimbo wasn't there.
Yeah,
or at least he wasn't in the photos with some of the people.
No, I appreciate that from Jimbo, though, not being hypocritical about it.
Yeah, so a good read there with Ross Dellinger on what is splintering the SEC. Always a good time when we catch up with our SEC friends, whether it's Klatt or Dellinger. SEC Media Days, 20 days away, and the next round will be there in Nashville. One more segment to go here. When we come back, another one of those auctions, $1 million piece of sports history. This one, I actually wished I had framed hanging in my sports room. This is a cool look.
So you would buy this?
Well, I don't have $1.79 million.
If you had the money.
If I had that little Russian cat with no ears, I could rub on it. No joke there.
Out of context.
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Don't forget the cocktail hour with Brittany and Kelly live today. What time am I doing that, LT?
Every Tuesday at 3:30.
3:30 today. 3:30
That's one of the shots. There you go.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's not. I just
No.
Is it
We
3?
assume you're always joking.
Is it 3?
What
Is it
time
3:30?
am I doing it today?
Who's hosting it today?
I'm hosting it today.
Oh, God, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so looking forward to that coming up a little bit later on today. The final 2 big things today on the show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, New York Butcher Shop, great place to go. And Jim reminded me last night with the 4th coming up. How about this? Fully cooked, hickory smoked Boston butt, $42.99.
Crap, yeah.
You can pick this up July 30th, July 1st, July 3rd, July 4th. Just the best when it comes to all of your 4th grilling out.
Can I pick it up on the 2nd?
I don't know if you can pick it up on the 2nd. Does it say the 2nd? No.
You said the 1st, the 3rd, and the 4th.
Yeah,
Okay.
when is the 2nd? 2nd's a Sunday, right?
2nd's a Sunday.
Yeah, that's why you can't pick it up on the 2nd. But the place to go for handmade patties, prime fillets, ribeyes, strips, brisket, all beef kosher hot dogs, as well as brats, sausages, all made in-house. Again, they've got dips, sides to make a great party, and several kinds of cooking wood chunks, such as hickory, pecan, applewood, cherry wood. 2 locations, Greystone and the original in Cahaba Heights is the New York Butcher Shop.
All right. This is the sports memorabilia, $1.79 million. Rookie jersey from Wilt Chamberlain. I always thought that Phila, we don't abbreviate Philly like that much anymore, but that Phila jersey I thought was an iconic picture. Wilt Chamberlain that year in the championship series against Bill Russell in Boston, averaged 30 points and 27 rebounds. Wilt did as a rookie. Still couldn't win the series, couldn't beat the great Bill Russell, but still.
The perimeter shooting was a weakness for Phila back then. Hey, how quick did he strip that uniform off when he was done with his minutes on the court?
Well, he had to hit his career number, so to speak. But look at those game shorts right there. That, my friend, are what we call boxer briefs nowadays.
Yes. Oh, he had to tie it in a knot.
Yeah.
It's like a hose.
The old drawstring.
I just assumed that's how he got his nickname, Wilt the Stilt.
I mean, the John Stockton era was much later than this.
Yes. Those are even shorter.
You know, so I guess it's coming back with some of the teenagers, but like, Jack and Jace come to the house, and Jace has got some of the smallest inseam swimsuit shorts.
Yeah,
I think a lot of the kids are wearing those things. I can't do the small inseam.
What's your minimal inseam?
I'm an 8er.
I am too. 8 inches for me.
8 inches for me.
Probably 8. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it's anything more than or anything less than 8 inches,
but
I feel naked.
But I must say that I feel slouchy now with 10.
You shouldn't go 10. They don't. I used to wear shorts that would touch the middle of your knee. You don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's Fab 5 stuff.
Yeah.
I do like that more than 8. If I had to go one or the other, I would go longer than shorter.
Yeah.
If I'm lounging around the house, yes.
No, I like a good 8 inches, and if it's anything
out of context,
it's filling.
I'll be an inseam rock star. Don't make this dirty, right?
I don't like them girthy either.
I mean, that's the first time you've ever uttered that on the show.
Finally, something our wives would agree with. And here's the last thing today. Some of you have already reacted to this. We wanted to react live on the show. Ryan Seacrest is officially the new guy to humbly be replacing Pat Sajak. So Ryan Seacrest will step in. He can't wait to continue the tradition at spinning the wheel and working alongside the great Vanna White. So Vanna's saying.
Yeah, I saw Vanna's asking for a raise. The report I saw said she hadn't had a raise in 7 or 8 years, which is amazing.
Hey, man, for her, I know she's iconic, but for her age to be able to still do what she does. I mean, most networks, if they could have, I mean, they would. Well, I know he's turning letters
from like 90 feet away,
but they would have pushed her off a cliff and brought a 25-year-old.
Yeah, she's the drawing point now, right? She's the name that's still there, right? To give Ryan Seacrest credibility in this, she's got to still be there for at least the transition. So there is value to that if I'm her agent.
Stacey says only works 36 days a year. I think they do like 5 episodes a day. They don't do many days.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
So 5 a day.
I think they do 5 a day.
I just don't
36 days. That's the whole calendar.
Yeah.
So Sajak's going to finish out his 41st year, and then he's done. Seacrest takes over. We were talking about this in break. How many jobs can Seacrest have?
So we counted up in break. He's got now Wheel of Fortune. He still does American Idol. Now, as you point out, he's producer, co-owner of a lot of these.
American Idol, his morning show he owns.
His morning show, the Casey Top 40.
The Top 40 he bought, he owns that. Dick Clark rocking New Year's Eve, he owns that.
Kardashians.
Yeah, the Kardashians one of his biggest moneymakers.
Yeah. The one thing you think he probably gets a cut of the action on this deal.
I guarantee you.
Merv Griffin Productions, I think, owns this.
I would bet that he somehow bought a piece of the pie.
I would say so, too. Yeah, he had to at least get points in syndication or something.
That big wheel that they spin around, he got a couple of slithers of that.
But Stacey's right. He's got radio show that he does every morning.
Again, like Jim said, he owns that. I mean, it's
Top 40.
To his credit, he's figured it out. He knows buy it and work it.
Yeah, I found that I enjoyed a lot more as when you're friends and you own it.
It's kind of weird when you're making the money now, right?
Yeah.
When the rabbit gets the gun, it's a different game.
All right, that's our Tuesday show. We're back with you live on a Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 1 Central. Always amazed still that the people who just, and it's okay, that just get us on the podcast, the recordings, they were like, I just miss it when you guys were live. And I'm like, we're live every day. You do a live show? I only get you on the podcast. We're live every day, 9 to 1. So if you're just finding us live, thumbs up, like everything. If you still enjoy us on the podcast, replays, thank you. Just as important to us. Every click counts, and we appreciate every one of you. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.